For the record, Sean McGinnis with Butler Snow on behalf of MGM Resorts International. With me is Pat Madamba, Senior Vice President, Legal Counsel for MGM Resorts International. Would like to thank you for the waiver of appearance for Mr. Hornbuckle, Mr. McManus, Mr. Sanders, and John Houkyard. And would like to just preliminarily recognize the work of the agent, Tina Logan, Supervisor Grippy, and Deputy Chief Teggio and Chief Labadie in helping us work through this application in a timely manner.
Thank you for that. We appreciate hearing good things about our work, agents' work. So, give an affirmative presentation.
Well, what I can sort of lay it out, lay the groundwork for the application. This is a entity conversion application. Right now, Mandalay Resort Group is a Nevada corporation, and this application is to use NRS 92A provision transfer to change the form of the entity from corporation to a limited liability, which would be known as Mandalay Resort Group LLC. And essentially, what you do with that is you take, it's going to have the same shareholder, same member. MGM Resorts International still remains the owner, and then the officers, the corporate officers, then translate over to LLC officers or LLC positions with management, and that's what's reflected on the agenda.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. McGinnis. Do any of my colleagues have any questions about this transaction?
I'll just confirm a few things for the record. That is just that the purpose is to consolidate ownership to MGM Growth Properties Operating Partnership. The operating partnership is currently owned by both MGM and Mandalay. Is that correct?
Well, so this actually doesn't relate to growth properties at all. Growth properties, it's all the property. This is the operating companies. This doesn't relate.
That's what we have reflected in our report.
There's going to be a move in the operating partnership is majority owned by MGM Growth Properties LLC, which is a stock exchange listed company. And then there's a number of subsidiaries that continue to own a percentage of the operating partnership partners. But yes, ultimately, it does move the OPs that we have the operating partnership units that MGM still owns and consolidates them to facilitate transactions in the future.
And correct. And I was just speaking to the purpose, and that's why, right?
There's several purposes. There's that purpose. Just as a historic matter, over the last couple of years, we've changed the form of our entities that are corporations. Many, if not most, of corporations in our 100 or so subsidiaries have been converted to LLCs. So it furthers that goal. It makes it easier to maintain the entity. You don't have to have annual meetings and what have you. Like you would corporation is also disregarded for tax purposes. So there's several other reasons as well.
Correct. Okay. Thank you for that. And this conversion requires Mandalay to get approvals for licensure of managers and a key executive, and we already have those applications on file.
Correct. Yeah, they're already on file with the way things work and the way it works. The conversion process. You essentially, like Mr. Hornbuckle, Mr. McManus, and Mr. Sanders, are already on the license as being found suitable and licensed in relation to Mandalay Resort Group as a corporation. Because of how the conversion process works in Nevada, they then have to go on the agenda again to be placed with Mandalay Resort Group LLC once it becomes an LLC. So it essentially is moving them over in the category of new entity. It's not really.
So you're also requesting amendment to the 51st orders of registration to reflect these changes.
Correct. And we worked with Agent Logan, Deputy Chief Teggio, to reflect that it shows that Mandalay Resort Group is an LLC, and that we're also reflecting in it that not just that will be an LLC, but also that regulatory provisions and waivers applicable to Mandalay Resort are tied to the LLC.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Question. Mr. Casaros.
Morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
I hadn't any questions on the transaction itself. Just wanted to get a quick update. I had read recently about the selection in Osaka, if I'm not mistaken, that MGM was selected as part of its consortium. It's going to be moving forward in Japan. That selection there that I had read, was that just at the local level?
Was it
Could you give me a little bit more information on the entire process and where it might go to? Is there a national? There's going to be the national process selection as well, et cetera. Could you just give me a little bit of color on that?
I'm not familiar. Sort of the actual mechanics concept. Certainly send you some fighting.
That'd be great. I was just looking for a little bit because the article itself, I've been following sort of tangentially here and there, and that seemed to be quite newsworthy here recently. The fact that the local prefecture selected you and your group to build the IR there.
It's been a long road.
It's probably a little bit longer of a road still.
But it's been a
Right.
long road.
Okay. Other than that, I didn't have any questions on the transaction. I was just looking for an update if you had one there. So if you could forward that on, I'd appreciate it.
I got a note.
Okay. Yeah. Yes. Congratulations on being selected. Go forward with the Osaka resort. Our agents have worked extensively with leaders to help them, to assist in structuring their gaming regulatory construct. So it's a big deal and one that, as you noted, it's been a long time coming.
The contribution by all regulators very appreciated. We went through a arduous regulation propagation process. Have should conform possible since he flexible. So we really appreciate it all.
Okay. Are there any additional questions?
None for me.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, with that, I've heard everything that is necessary for me. Backgrounds are good. Individuals are well known to us as members of this industry, and the conversion piece is also one that is of controversy. So, as for a motion,
Yes, I'll make the motion. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 1 is read into the record by Secretary Bell pursuant to the 52nd revised order of registration draft number 1 dated September 16th, 2020.
Actually, there is a draft 2 dated October 4th, which actually added in the provisions to change the regulatory waiver language to the corporate reg, and that's in paragraphs 36 and 37.
Okay, I presume you guys will be.
Yes.
okay. Would
So,
you like to amend your motion?
yes, I'll amend the motion. And so I'll move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 1 is read into the record by Secretary Bell pursuant to the 52nd revised order of registration draft number 2. And the date on that is October 4th, correct?
Yes.
October 4th.
That's right. Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Watkins,
Aye.
Member Katsaros,
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Madam Secretary, would you please read into the record non-restricted item number 2?
Non-restricted number 2 is the application of International Game Technology, PLC, for a continuous or delayed public offering.
Okay.
Also, I'd like to request that anybody speaking at either of the podiums speak directly into the microphone. They're having a problem hearing on YouTube.
Welcome, Mr. Burnett.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Member Katsaros, Member Watkins. It's nice to see you, Madam Secretary. My name is A.G. Burnett from the law firm Don Carano here on behalf of IGT, International Game Technology PLC, PTC, is applying for the shelf registration I have in front of you. Also here with us, and thank you for allowing me to attend Las Vegas, are Drew Kelly. He's the Senior Vice President, Chief Financial Officer of Global Game for IGT, and Pamela Matthews, who's the Director of Regulatory Compliance and Licensing. they're happy to take any questions that you might have with this application. We'd like to thank Missy Lundeen. She was a pleasure to work with on this. I know there were some last minute questions. Hopefully we got adequate answers. The company meets the 16115 requirements for the shelf, and we have looked at the shelf order registration and have questions.
Okay, thank you very much. And the YouTube challenge is one that you didn't have to deal with
I
during
did
the
not
time, Chair.
contemplate that, Mr.
Right.
Chairman, but I'm speaking as loud as I can.
Thank you for that. Although this is a request or an application for a continuous or delayed public offering, the there might be some desire to ask questions about the rates as a whole. Is there any desire, colleagues, would you like to ask questions about the IGT generally?
I didn't have any questions necessarily on the application before us. I did have some pre-questions that Mr. Burnett had suggested, and we did get the answers to those questions. I, in particular, just wanted to understand the debt structure a little bit more, which I was forwarded on, as well as some information regarding the sale of the business assets in Italy some time ago, which I also received some information which was sufficient for me.
Great.
Other than that, there is just one point. Maybe Mr. Kelly can address this. Morning, Mr. Kelly, Ms. Matthews. Always good to see you, Ms. Matthews.
Good to see you also.
It seems that the company's somewhat reorganized itself into sort of three business segments. Our materials indicate global lottery, global business, digital, and betting. Is that something that you're able to speak to, Mr. Kelly?
I am, thank you. Again, as you correctly suggested, previously the company was organized internally in two divisions, global gaming, which I am the CFO and head of from a financial perspective, the other being my colleagues in global lottery. What we've done here recently is take the global gaming segment. It will retain the name, but again, we've essentially split a small and growing part of our business. This is the digital and betting aspects, the online, the sports betting and social games, which we produce and create for our clients. That's a new segment run by a new CEO and CFO. But again, they, like myself, all report to the same IGT group CFO and CEO. It is simply to give our shareholders a better understanding of this new and popular aspect of our business going forward.
Okay, thank you for that. So the digital and betting business is going to be run by, is that Enrico Drago that I had read?
Correct.
Okay, perfect. And with that, that's all I had. I just wanted to understand that a little bit more. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Starnes. Do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions. Our report shows today to meet the requirements for regulation 16.15, so I'm okay.
Thank you, Member Watkins.
So with that, I have additional questions myself. I've answered well. Thank you for the additional information provided this in our.
You're welcome.
I would ask for a motion, please.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 2 as read into the record by Secretary Bell pursuant to draft number 1 of the order dated September 14, 2021.
Madam Secretary.
Member Watkins.
Aye.
Member Katsaros.
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for preparing. Thank you for bringing Las Vegas as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Madam Secretary, let's move on to our next item, please.
Next item is non-restricted number 3, which is the application of Carol Kennett Douglas for a finding of suitability as a trustee and beneficiary of the Douglas Gaming Trust.
Welcome.
Hello, Dennis Gutwald with the law firm of McDonald Carano. With you today is Carol and John Douglas. We have an application submitted for estate planning purposes, and with your permission, I will have Carol tell you a little bit about herself. John's there to answer questions regarding their finances because he handles those. And with that, with your permission, we'll let Carol talk.
Thank you, Mr. Gutwald. And if you would please state your names for the record. And
Carol Kennett Douglas. Good morning.
good morning.
I was born in Berkeley, California, and then raised in the Bay Area. attending the Convent of the Sacred Heart in Atherton, and then went to Marymount College. After that, I came up to Nevada to visit my grandmother, and she introduced me to my husband, John. And we will be married 54 years this coming August.
Congratulations. That's
We have two daughters, one, Stacy, who lives in New York, and then the second daughter is Amy, and she's blessed us with two wonderful grandchildren. Our first grandchild is Lauren, and she's a freshman at UNR, and our second granddaughter is Elise, and she's at ACT. I first came to Nevada after I married my husband and worked for a doctor, Dr. John Stapleton, and then left the workforce and had our family. And then I became an interior designer, getting my accreditation as an ASID, and had my own design firm for 40 years. But I closed that as soon as we were given the information that my husband has cancer last October. So we're doing this with the idea that if something happens, we would have something.
okay. Thank you very much. Would you please explain to us? I have a question about your involvement in the operations going forward. To what degree will be.
I'm not other than receiving the financial benefit.
Okay. This is purely a family trust structuring issue.
Yes.
All right. And to your left, we
My
have this
wonderful
gentleman
husband.
introduce himself. And
John Douglas, excuse me, a little too loud. I'm John Douglas, Mr. Chairman.
welcome, Mr. Douglas.
Thank
Okay. Well, let me open it up to questions from my colleagues. Please.
I don't have any questions, but I would just like to say that I'm really sorry to hear about your husband's illness.
I'll echo those comments as well. And it's a very prudent step to take in any event to go through this process nonetheless. And as part of our process, it's somewhat of a requirement for you to come here so that we can meet each other. We've gone through this investigation, so it's sort of the culmination of everything anyway. So it's good to see you here. Thank you very much for the presentation. Just one quick question for Mr. Douglas.
Yes, sir.
Is it my understanding that you're semi-retired from the business or fully retired from the business?
Well, no, I've been with the business Leisure Gaming since like 1996 when it opened. I'm a stockholder there, but I'm not a working stockholder. In other words, we have Ryan Albright, who runs the company for us. Basically, I'm just a stockholder.
Okay. So you're passive at this point anyway?
Yes.
How long has that been?
I'm sorry.
How long? Because I know Mr. Albright's been running it for some time. Just wonder when you were able to sort of step away and then.
I stepped away a long time ago.
Okay.
Actually, it was Ralph Albright, Ryan Albright kind of ran it for us when they got it going, and then Ryan took it over after Ralph kind of stepped back, and then Ryan ran it from there. So I actually been on the board of directors and help guiding the business, but not day to day. I've not been that for several years.
Okay. Well, thank you for that.
Okay. And thank you for going through this process. How was it for you? I can ask. Well, thank you. And thank you for going through the process actually for the estate planning purposes. It caused me, I have some documents in place, but it caused me to look at my own transactional documents. So thank you.
Literally turned our lives upside down, and it shows you that you need to plan, no matter how you're.
Yes. Well, thank you. Okay, I have no additional questions, and my colleagues, none. Okay. With that, I would ask for a motion.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 3 is read into the record by Secretary.
Madam Secretary.
Member Watkins.
Aye.
Member Katsouras.
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you very much for appearing.
Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Goebel.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Madam Secretary, let's go on to non-restricted item number 4.
Non-restricted number 4 is the application of Little Bonanza Inc. for a transfer of interest and the applications of the Ryan L. Sheltra Irrevocable Gaming Trust for registration as a holding company and licensure as a shareholder. Lastly, you have the applications of Ryan Lewis Sheltra for finding of suitability as a trustee and beneficiary of the trust and licensure as a director of Little Bonanza Inc.
Okay. Welcome, and please state your names for the record.
Good morning, Chair Gibson, Member Watkins, Member Katsaros, and Madam Secretary. My name is Kelsey Banu. I'm with McDonald Browno and appearing on behalf of Little Bonanza Inc., DBA Bonanza Casino. It's an honor and a pleasure to be in front of you this morning. With me this morning is applicant Mr. Ryan Sheltra. Mr. Sheltra is the general manager of the Little Bonanza. As Madam Secretary enumerated, the applications before you today are in furtherance of family planning of Mr. Russell Sheltra, the applicant's father. If you recommend approval of these applications, the proposed transfer of 6% interest in the Little Bonanza will result in Russell's Gaming Trust owning a 94% interest and Ryan's Gaming Trust owning a 6% interest in the Little Bonanza. With that, with your permission, I'd like to turn the floor over to Mr. Sheltra to tell you a little bit about himself, his gaming background, and to provide you with an update regarding the property, the Little Bonanza. And afterwards, we'd like to open the floor to any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you very much. Please, Mr. Sheltra.
Chairman Gibson, good morning, Ryan Sheltra with the Bonanza Casino. A little bit about myself. I'm a 1993 graduate of the University of Las Vegas hospitality program. Early on in my career, I was with the Caesars organization while I was down at UNLV, Caesars Palace, and that put me into Caesars Tahoe, where I cut my teeth up there and was there from 93 to 2000. Then my run at Caesars, I was the director of casino marketing up at the lake. Before I moved down to the family business, Bonanza Casino. The Bonanza was started by my father in the early 1970s. He first started gaming up in that area. In 1973 came our current licensing of the entity as Little Bonanza Inc., DBA Bonanza Casino, as 1976. My dad is, so we're nearing 50 years in operation. Today is my dad's 80th birthday. He's watching us from Maui right now. I'm sorry, I got to lift my glasses because I'm fogging up a little bit here, but almost 50 years in operation. I joined the company in 2000. I've now been with the Bonanza for 22 years. I am the principal operator in charge on property. Like I said, I've been there for 22 years, and this is all about estate planning with my father, being to where he is in the stage of life.
Thank you very much. Just note for the record that review of the trust, the necessary game language, so questions there. Background was without any question. It's good. Thank you very much for that. And I'd like to wish your father, Mr. Russell Sheltra.
Yes, sir.
Sheltra, happy birthday. He's watching.
Yeah, appreciate that.
Okay. I'll open it up to questions.
Good morning. I don't have any questions. Thank you for your presentations.
Yeah, happy birthday to your father. If he's watching, happy 80th, you said. Huh?
Yes, sir.
Wow. 50 what years in operation?
We're entering our 49th year in 2022. So 2023 will be our 50th year.
Are you going to do a 50th?
Absolutely.
Year?
Absolutely. Business is good. We need to celebrate.
I mean, that's really the only questions I have are around your business. If you wouldn't mind, give us an update on how operations are going right now.
No, absolutely. It certainly has not been without challenge. The last 18 months or so. March 17th, 2020 is burned in all of our heads. Those 78 days that we were closed were like nothing any of us have ever faced, but we've come out of it. It's been a tremendous learning experience. Certainly, our operations have changed. We are thinner, we are leaner, we are extremely aware of all the requirements and regulations and expectations of us working in this COVID environment. You know, not to be too deep on this, but we've had great community partners. We brought City of Reno Fire came in into 3 COVID pod vaccination clinics at the property during this time. So we've been really aggressive on working with the community and our employees to operate in this environment. But business is good. In fact, it's never been better.
Yeah, coming in as an outsider here 25 years ago, it was known to me, at least when I first got here, that Bonanza Casino was more like a local family operation, which clearly still is.
Yes, sir.
And Cactus Creek's, is it Cactus
Yes,
Creek Steakhouse?
Yes.
That was always that's when you got to go to. That one's got the fresh beef, the fresh food, etc. I tried to get there several times and it was always booked. Are those hours still the same?
I will absolutely make sure you get
No,
it.
not at all. No.
But
Are your hours
yes.
still?
Yeah, yes. You know, we were the first restaurant in Reno to bring 100% prime beef to Northern Nevada. We've been followed by a couple, Mr. Farahi being one of them, and his wonderful establishment. But we're very proud of what we have up there at a very fair price. And again, I will be your personal connection to the property.
No, if I go there, you won't even know. All right. I didn't have any questions. As Chair Gibson mentioned, you've been licensed before. Your background came back clean again. So I didn't have any questions or issues, questions to vet out on your background. I came back clean. I just wanted to get an update on your operations. Thank you very much for appearing today.
Thank you.
Yes, and thank you for assisting in vaccination effort. Appreciate that. Gaming industry has been outstanding. So, Member Watkins, do you have any questions?
I don't have any further questions.
All right. With that, then we're done with questions. Satisfied? I would ask for a motion.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 4 as read to the record by Secretary Bell.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Watkins.
Aye.
Member Katsaros.
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you very much for appearing.
Thank you. And if
Good
we
luck.
may, we just would like to thank Agent Aubrey Wilson for her assistance with the application. She is amazing, was very professional and thorough, and a pleasure to work with. So thank you.
Thank you. You both.
Thank you.
Okay. Madam Secretary, let's go on to our next item.
Next item is non-restricted number 5, which is the application of Bally's Corporation for an amendment to their order of registration. It is also the applications of Bally's Corporation and Twin River Management Group, Inc. for the pledges as noted on the agenda.
Okay,
Morning.
welcome.
Welcome. Thank you. Good morning,
Your name
Chair
for the record.
Gibson, members Katsaros and Watkins, Madam Secretary, staff of the board. I am Dan Reeser with Fenimore. I'm appearing on behalf of the applicants, Bally Corporation and Twin River Management Group, on the applications for pledge of certificated membership interest of Mere Entertainment Tahoe LLC by Twin River and Bally's pledge of the common stock of Twin River Management. All of those are in connection with the U.S. security agreement, Deutsche Bank AG New York branch as the collateral agent, and they are associated in the associated custodial agreement with Wilmington Trust N.A. As the board is aware, the context of this financing transaction is Bally's acquisition of Gamesys Group PLC. Appearing with me today, I have the pleasure of reintroducing the board to the gaming industry veteran Stephen Kapp, the company's chief financial officer and treasurer. We'd like to thank Chief Labadie and his staff for their professionalism and expedited processing of the applications, and particularly appreciate the efforts of Deputy Chief Deggio, Supervisor Abba, and Agent Crowley. And with your leave, Chairman, we do have a abbreviated permit presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reeser. Please.
As initially announced on April 13, 2021, the company had agreed to acquire Gamesys for $2.7 billion in cash and stock. Gamesys is a United Kingdom headquartered online gaming company. It is publicly traded with its shares currently traded prior to this transaction on London Stock Exchange under the symbol GYS. It primarily operates in the UK, the EU, Asia, and its only US operations are in Jersey. I'll let Mr. Cap elaborate on how the acquisition is consistent with the company's omni-channel gaming company's strategy.
Okay, thank you. Welcome, Mr. Cap.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Member Katsaros, Member Watkins. The purpose of the combination of Gamesys with Bally's is to bring to full circle our suite of products and companies in forming an omni-channel provider of gaming entertainment services. Bally's pre-transaction is comprised mostly of retail brick and mortar operations, including quite recently the Mont Bleu and Lake Tahoe. However, we have a vision as a management team and as a board to become a provider of online gaming services and full sports products as well. And so the Gamesys acquisition is purposed in bringing that expertise into the fold, into the corporate family, if you will, enabling execution on a strategy to provide to our customers a suite of products, gaming entertainment products, and fan engagement opportunities, ranging from brick and mortar through online mobile sports betting, online casino products as well. We are taking a bit of a different tack from some of our peers in that we also have a partnership with Sinclair Broadcasting Company to incorporate a media angle in this suite of products. We intend to become opportunistic through the convergence of multiple industries, including entertainment, casino products, media, technology, and through that convergence, we seek to provide to our customers a seamless access to casino entertainment and fan engagement opportunities through a partnership with Sinclair Broadcasting. And you may have noticed rebranding of all of the former Fox Sports Network channels to Bally Sports regional sports networks today. There are 19 of those in the country. So in summary, and I won't take too much of your time, but in summary, Gamesys doubles the size of the pre-existing Bally's Corporation, and it brings to us online casino and sports betting expertise to round out the suite of products for this company. I might point out that we are, I believe, the first company in the industry that now has about 50% of our revenues and cash flow from retail brick and mortar casino operations, 50% from online gaming operations as well. So the diversification, not only in terms of online products, but also the international component, as Mr. Reeser mentioned, including the UK, the EU, and Asia, we think is actually strengthening to our cash flow profile as well. Happy to take any additional questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mr. Caff and Mr. Reeser. Mr. Caff, if we could have you step back to the microphone and take us through some of the recent activity of the company, the acquisitive or acquisitional.
I'm sorry.
Tell us about your growth.
About the growth?
Yes.
Certainly. Well, I've been on the board of the company since the middle of 2012. At that time, we had a single operating property in Lincoln, Rhode Island, and we, as a board, we realized we actually had an excellent management team and an opportunity to diversify the company and capitalize on that management expertise. So at that time, we undertook a strategy of increasing the size of the company and its diversifications. We acquired Hard Rock Biloxi in Biloxi, Mississippi in 2014. We had all of 2 operating properties at that time, but the vision continued beyond, and we went public with a direct listing on the New York Stock Exchange in March of 2019, just a couple of years ago, in acquiring Dover Downs Gaming and Entertainment, Dover, Delaware, and that was designed to
avoid the expense of an IPO process specifically, but to more seamlessly become a public company. And quite frankly, to provide an avenue of liquidity to existing shareholders at that time who were previously creditors and became shareholders through a restructuring that culminated in December of 2010. But the going public the desire was also in order to be able to use the public stock as a currency in future M&A, which we have done in a number of examples. So the strategy back then, Mr. Chairman, was originally designed to just become a bigger and seize on the opportunities of scale economies and also capitalize on management expertise that we knew we had within the company. And that evolved over time. And just a couple of years ago, we realized that the opportunity in this industry is bigger than just expanding brick and mortar and becoming broadly diversified in the U.S. We realized, as many of our peers have, and many of them, frankly, in front of us on this from a timing standpoint, we realized there's a bigger opportunity here, and that was to become a digital-driven company and a data-driven company as well. A little easier said than done, because that takes a lot of software engineer expertise, and that expertise is not easily acquired necessarily. So we acquired BetWorks in Las Vegas as the backbone of our mobile sports betting technology. We acquired Monkey Knife Fight and Sport Caller and established a relationship with Sinclair Broadcasting that I mentioned in order to pull the puzzle pieces together to begin to create that omni-channel provider of entertainment gaming products as we've discussed. And so again, it's the wrapping of those various capabilities, media, technology, online gaming experience, brick and mortar retail casino experience, that we believe positions this company somewhat uniquely, together with our international diversification now, to be a shoulder-to-shoulder competitor with the best in its industry, both domestically and internationally. So that, Mr. Chairman, if that answers your question, that's great. If not,
no, it was helpful, and I appreciate that. Thank you. And research.
If I might elaborate, with the successful completion of the GameSys transaction on October 1st, the company will be, sure as your staff explained to you, dividing itself, or has already divided itself into two operating divisions. There will be a brick and mortar operating division led by George Capnier, who is the current licensee, president of the company, and Mr. Reeves of GameSys will be supervising the online and digital and other section of the company that is related to iGaming. The transaction not as an effect of the transaction, but the company still has operational effect from the GameSys transaction on its 14 casinos in 10 states, which includes the Lake Tahoe property, which has been reflagged as Bally's Lake Tahoe from the Mont Bleu state line. And it also will not have an impact on the transaction previously reported to the board, which is under contract negotiation by the company it's acquiring, Las Vegas Tropicana property. We expect, with regard to the Las Vegas Tropicana property, that applications will be filed probably in the late fourth quarter or the early part of next year. To accomplish the GameSys transaction, part of what the company needed to do was restructure the financing, which board reviewed in March of this year when it initially licensed the company and found a suitable public company. And essentially what that does is provide the resources to complete the GameSys transaction and refinance the Bally's existing credit facilities that were led with Citizens Bank and retire the 6.75% unsecured senior notes that were due in 2027. I'll just encapsulate what the essential elements of the financial arrangements are. Mr. Cap can correct me if I stray here from anything that's inaccurate. The total package is net proceeds of $721.4 million from the April 2021 issuance of approximately 12.65 million shares of common stock, and that was done pursuant to the continuous shelf offering that the Commission had approved under 16.115. Second, the company sold $750 million in aggregate principal amount of 5.625 senior notes. So interest rate down, and the date of the due date on those was extended out to 2029, and there was a $750 million tranche of 5.875 senior notes due 2031. And that was all completed on August 20th, 2021. And finally, as I indicated on October 1st, the new bank credit facilities consisting of a revolving credit facility in the aggregate amount of $620 million, a term loan in the aggregate amount of $1.945 billion were put into place, and that credit, the revolver is untouched. Okay. By way of summarizing finally the application, as the board and commission are aware, in connection with the earlier citizens transaction, equity securities of Twin River Management are pledged, and the limited liability company interest in PET, the Lake Tahoe entity, are pledged as security. Those pledges you approved in March of this year as the commission, and they were corporate guarantors of those obligations. Those guarantees were awarded pursuant to NGC Reg 813 with supplemental notice. With the Gamesys transaction, we're taking citizens out, we're putting in Deutsche Bank. Numbers went up to the numbers I indicated to you, but essentially the security agreement, custodial agreement are the same agreements that the Board and Commission reviewed in March, just names were changed and amounts were changed. So that's all in place today. With the affirmative recommendation and Commission approval of pledges, we will be ready. We will be in full compliance with all requirements, and those pledges are awaiting your approval, Commission's concurrence. Finally, the new guarantees will be reported on an 8130 within the required time periods. We've reviewed and accept the draft of September 15 of the revised order registration, which we believe is in proper form, substance, and welcome any additional questions. I think we have helped them for the record here.
That was very helpful. Thank you very much, Mr. Research. So you're still publicly traded, so gotta be careful.
Yes, sir, we are.
Statements. But that said, so debt financing, which is provides tax benefits, is something using revenue going forward, or well, at this point.
Chairman Gibson, I didn't quite hear that question. I'm sorry.
Your use of debt is increasing.
Yes, it is, in conjunction with the issuance of equity,
right,
as well, and the acquisition of Gamesys, which had considerably lower leverage, at about 2 times debt to cash flow pre-acquisition. That combination of factors bring, and the diversification of cash flows, we think supports the use of debt in this transaction.
How is, if I can ask, how is with Standard General's acquisition controlling share? How is the controlling position? How is are you realizing efficiencies across the company?
Uh, yes, Mr. Soo Kim, who's chairman of the board of Bally's Corporation, has brought an expertise to the boardroom for certain management efficiencies and perspectives, and his vision for strategic strategic opportunity has been key to the company, uh, without a doubt.
In amplification, Chair Gibson, the position of Standard General dropped from about 23, as I recall, to 19. We filed a report yesterday with the corporate securities indicating. So Standard General's position did reduce as a percentage with the issuance of shares. However, Standard General remains the controlling shareholder. Mr. Sue remains the controlling person pursuant to the approvals that were granted in March. That hasn't changed. And the locus of control of this company hasn't changed either. It remains in the board of directors that you saw approved, although there be some additions to that board with some Gamesys for representatives.
Thank you very much. I will turn it to my colleagues for questions.
Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you very much for that opening. Mr. Cap, you pretty much covered everything with regard to that omni-channel approach, and I was looking for all of that, as well as a little more of a deep dive on the Gamesys acquisition. This might be a little bit outside your wheelhouse, so I just, if you're not comfortable answering, we can defer and I can always ask later. With regard to Gamesys's business plans or thoughts for the future in North America, is that primarily going to be a platform utilized for your operations only, or is there a B2B component that you're looking to utilize as well? Meaning, are you going to commercialize that platform as well for other operators to utilize?
Member Katsaros, we remain open to the possibility of B2B piece of the business. The BetWorks legacy business has been B2B to this time. Granted, operating only for the last couple of years in that regard, but we do have existing B2B operations, and we certainly remain open to continuing those or expanding those as well. We welcome revenue from many streams.
Understood. Because it's my understanding that at least Gamesys' operations in the UK are primarily B2B. So it would stand to reason that might be the thought process out here as well.
That's correct, Member Katsaros. There's two basic platforms that Gamesys is using in the UK, and that is a B2B and a B2C.
Yeah, so if we just go through some of the different components, you've got 14 casinos within your portfolio now. You've got your own PAM now, a la Gamesys. With that, you've got some game development as well on the online side. You've got your online B2B operations, as we were just talking about, and some B2C. You've got your BetWorks platform, which covers your sports books and your DFS. I was writing these down as you're talking. So you've got sportsbook, traditional sportsbook, as well as DFS there, all with the Monkey Knife Fight and then BetWorks side. Then you've got your media angle too with the Sinclair broadcasting partnership there. Well, you said 19 regional networks?
Yes.
Right. It seems as if you've got almost everything except for slot manufacturing, which I don't know if that's going to come. That's maybe a little bit of a different sort of omni-channel type of operation. But
no comment at this time.
Just leave it out there.
Well said.
I didn't have any other questions. I just wanted that dive on the Gamesys side of the operation, as well as I did appreciate, Mr. Reeser, you distilling down the applications here. They're pretty clear, but the way you distill it down is just very smooth, like a smooth Kentucky bourbon or something. It's just, you put it very easily, but it's a very straightforward application in that regard.
Member Katsaros, I appreciate that summary. I think that's entirely accurate, and would just reiterate that Lee Fenton, who's the incoming CEO from Gamesys, and his former Chief Operating Officer, Robeson Reeves, who will run the interactive division going forward, also from the UK. Those two key gentlemen bring what we think is the glue to those various pieces, those puzzle pieces coming together for us, where we perhaps did not have quite the acumen in technology or interactive operations. That's precisely what those gentlemen bring to the table, and we believe that'll complete this much of this omni-channel puzzle that we've been constructing in the last couple of years.
We've been busy.
Yes, sir.
And further to that, Mr. Fenton's Nevada application is probably about 98% complete and will be filed timely soon for Reg 16.
Thank you for that.
Okay. Member Watkins.
Good morning, and thank you for your affirmative presentations. All of my questions have been answered.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay. So we've heard the discussion about the pledge request. No additional questions for my part. I think all these questions have been answered, so thank you for that. And with that, I'd ask for a motion.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 5 as read to the record by Secretary Bell pursuant to the revised order of registration draft number 1 dated September 15, 2020.
Madam Secretary.
Member Watkins,
Aye.
Member Katsaros.
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you for your appearances.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Madam Secretary, let's go on to our next item.
Your next item is non-restricted number 6, which is the application of Harry Coleman Haggerty III for licensure as an officer of Galaxy Gaming, Inc.
Welcome.
Good morning, Chair Gibson, Board Member Watkins, Board Member Katsaros, Madam Secretary. For the record, Scott Shearer of Brown Singh Hyatt Farm Shrek, here today on behalf of Galaxy Gaming and Mr. Harry Haggerty, who's here with me on my right. Mr. Haggerty is the Chief Financial Officer, Secretary and Treasurer of Galaxy Gaming, and is applying for licensure as an officer of the company. He's been involved in the gaming industry for many years, but I believe this is his first time in front of the Nevada Gaming Control Board and Nevada Gaming Commission in a couple of weeks, although he has been licensed in a number of other jurisdictions. And I would like to, because it is his first time in front of you, ask him to give a brief overview of his background for you.
Thank you, Mr. Shearer, and welcome, Mr. Haggerty.
Thank you, Chair Gibson, Member Katsaros, Member Watkins, and Madam Secretary Harry Haggerty from Galaxy Gaming. As Mr. Shearer pointed out, this is my first time being called forward for a license here in Nevada. Although it is the 5th time I've filed here in Nevada. I've filed in connection with other jobs I have had in the industry or positions that require filing. In summary, my career has two chapters to it. I was a banker for 20 some odd years, covered companies in hotel, casino space in early aughts. Came to Las Vegas in 2002 to be the CFO of what was then called Park Place Entertainment, changed its name to Caesars. From there, I went to be the CFO of something called Global Cash Access. Took that company public in 2005. Now known as Every. I then had a couple of years where I didn't work full time, served on some boards. Then I rejoined my GCA colleagues in Sightline Payments with the objective of bringing more cashless technology to the gaming industry. And I left there in 2017 to join Galaxy as the CFO, Secretary of Treasury. So happy to answer any questions about my background or about Galaxy Gaming.
Well, thank you for that explanation. It's interesting. Your banking background is interesting. I got to see you for the economics degree from Princeton, MBA from Harvard. It's impressive. So that explains that. Then you came to Nevada, CFO for what's next? It sounds like
that's true.
Okay, so it's good to have people of your talent here. I would turn it to my colleagues for questions about items of interest. Yeah.
Good morning, Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Shearer, how are you?
Well,
good. Yeah, if we could just pick up on that last point there with Caesars. Who was the CEO at that time? Was that Gary Lebanon?
No, I was hired by Tom Gallagher, the late Tom Gallagher, and he resigned in November of 2002, succeeded by Wally Barr.
Okay.
It was
dates.
prior to the acquisition of Caesars by Harrah's, which I think took place in 05 or 06.
And then I see before that you were with Akula Software. What is Akula?
Akula was a small startup company in Massachusetts that basically used what was a predecessor to the Palm Pilot to basically do tablets to do maintenance operations of heavy equipment like oil refineries. You go out, the service person would have a list of this is how you're supposed to service this thing, and you check off each time that you did it. I left Akula to come to Vegas in 2002, and the company ended up ceasing operations about a year or two after I left.
And you were in a CFO role there?
I was, yeah.
And then that's after that is when you got into the gaming industry, Caesars, Every or Global Cash back then.
Yeah, that's after that is when I became a CFO in the gaming industry. As I mentioned earlier, I had covered companies as a banker to the gaming industry for years prior.
Right. And then Sightline. Sightline was born out of some ex-Every folks then?
Yes.
I think I'd read that a long time ago. It's good to refresh myself on this. And then Galaxy. So tell us about your role with Galaxy right now.
So I've been CFO of Galaxy since May of 2017. Todd Cravens, who's our CEO, and I joined about the same time. We didn't know each other. Friends asked us why Galaxy. Without comparing notes, we both thought that this was one of the hidden jewels in the industry. It had been growing at more than 20% a year top line, had nearly 50% EBITDA margins, good cash flow, and doing all of that with one arm tied behind its back from a regulatory perspective, as I'm sure you're aware. We figured it would be easy to come in and fix the balance sheet, fix the regulatory issues. And the balance sheet fix was relatively easy. We went from a very expensive piece of debt to more modest bank debt within 18 months. But the regulatory transition was more complicated than we expected. Had a lot to do with the founder's view of things, and ultimately ended up where he left the company as a director and an officer in 2018, and went through a number of strategies to remove him as a shareholder voluntarily, et cetera. And at the end, we needed to exercise the articles, the powers in our articles to redeem him. We did it for a note. And as we announced last week, we've come to settlement of litigation with him. We need to raise the money to pay him off. We're in the process of it.
Okay, I wanted to just dive into that just a little bit more, but before we get into that angle, your entry into Galaxy's business, you said you and Mr. Cravens came in 2017. How did you actually come to the business?
I was recruited by somebody to join the board. I was very encouraged that former Chairman Buccarelli had been advising the company from a regulatory perspective, and I figured that if Mark was willing to spend his time with his reputation at risk, there must be pretty good prospects for it. It's turned out right.
Is that how Mr. Cravens came as well, then perhaps?
He was also recruited. I think he had known the company better than I had some dealings with it in one of his prior positions. So he may have, I'm not sure a headhunter was involved, and the CEO and board of Galaxy may have reached out to him directly.
So you joined the company in 2017. We had a bit of an application issue, as I understand, as our materials reflect. We talk about that. How did that occur?
Yeah, I apologize for that. Even before I had officially joined, our compliance people at Galaxy were making sure I understood filing requirements. And I vividly remember filing the application early on because I saw the question about computers and thumb drives, et cetera, that is unique to Nevada. So I certainly remember doing that, completing it. We had a change in compliance officers, one in 2017 and another in 2018. And I think everybody had assumed that somebody else had made the filing, and we didn't know that it hadn't been filed until we had the tax and license investigation that pointed out that I hadn't filed. So when I hadn't updated my application and put it on file. So I apologize on my behalf and on behalf of Galaxy, but there's
say no intent to avoid the licensing process. As I mentioned at the outset, this is the fifth time I filed with Nevada, so I'm no stranger to the process and certainly willing to do it. Have done it elsewhere as well.
Look, my understanding of the situation, I would disagree with what you just said there. It didn't seem that there was any malintent there whatsoever. But you did mention you vividly remember filing it, just so the record's clear. You vividly remembering filing it with.
No, I vividly remember completing it. And turning it over to our compliance department.
Thank you.
They're the ones who are responsible for actually filing.
Okay. I thought you had said you vividly remember filing. I just wanted to make sure we correct that. Okay. So your recollection was you gave it to your compliance staff. At some point you had a change in compliance staff, and that's when it started to get into the Abbott and Costello who's on first routine.
Okay. Exactly.
Okay. If we could talk a little bit about Mr. Saucier's detanglement, if you will, what was announced again?
Well, going back to the 2019 redemption, we redeemed all of the shares that Mr. Saucier's holding company, Triangulum, held company, and as required by our articles, gave him a note for $39.1 million, which was the market value of the stock at that time. Litigation ensued, as we would have suspected. It's been back and forth, and we last week announced that we'd reached a settlement agreement where we would pay him the $39.1 million plus accrued interest through the date of payment at 2%, and the two parties would waive all the claims that they have against each other, and Mr. Saucier will agree not to compete with the company for a period of 5 years from the date of payment.
And as far as Mr. Saucier's activities, to your knowledge, has he made any attempts at trying to involve himself in operations, trying to involve himself in the business, trying to insert himself in any way in the operations?
The last occasion for that, Member Katsaros, was in the shortly after the redemption, when we had a shareholder meeting in August of 2019, and as I think has been presented to the Board of Commission, Mr. Saucier at that time put up a rival slate for the board. That rival slate was not elected to the board, and since that time, I have no knowledge of Mr. Saucier's involvement in the operations of the company for sure, or any activity as a shareholder. I have not seen his name on our shareholder records since that time.
Okay, thank you. And I should have been more clear in my question. It was really looking at the period from the time that he was before this board to now, which would have been mid 2020-ish.
Yes, that is true. And since that series of meetings, there's been no involvement by Mr. Saucier, our operations or shareholders.
Okay, thank you for that. I didn't have anything further, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Charles. Member Watkins.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
It looks like you are a member of the Community Advisory Board of the UNLV Medical School at present. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And also a member of the Governing Board of UMC of Southern Nevada and President and Treasurer of the UMC Foundation. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you tell us a little bit about your work with each of those?
Sure. I was asked to join the UMC Foundation in 2008 by the then CEO of UMC as they were trying to restart a foundation effort that had been terminated a few years early. Quite frankly, what I knew about UMC at that time was what was in the newspapers and on TV, which was unfortunately not a very credit-worthy set of news articles. But as I spent a couple of years around finding out what really went on, I came to the conclusion this is a gem that has just been sort of mismanaged a little bit, but also couldn't catch a break. So I involved myself in the activities, and then in 2011, a hospital advisory board was created to basically look at basically assisting the county commission, who are the trustees of the hospital on behalf of the county, in improving operations. That advisory board was disbanded in 2013. A new governing board was put in place in 2014, and I put my hand up for it and was selected to serve on it. we've been fortunate together with the UMC management in turning operations around. An entity that was losing $100 million a year, it's now break even and profitable. And there are three things I think that are contributing to that success. The first is the demisement by the city of the Las Vegas Medical District. It's basically a square area in around Charleston in Las Vegas, and UMC is an anchor tenant in that medical mall, if you wish. So complementary medical services will come there, but UMC basically is the anchor tenant. The second thing that has been helpful to UMC has been becoming profitable and sustaining itself from operations. So it no longer appears to the public that it is a drain on the resources of the public. And quite frankly, the response of UMC to a number of unfortunate situations in Las Vegas, the October 1 shooting being one, and its significant role in addressing COVID, first with testing and second with vaccines, have really created a much better public impression for UMC. And finally, let's get to the other part of your question, has been the affiliation with the Krikorian School of Medicine at UNLV. Among the many things that we say, Las Vegas is the largest city of its kind in the country not to have a fill in the blank. Well, in this case, the fill in the blank is academic medical center. And UNLV and UMC together have the ambition of being that academic medical center for Southern Nevada.
Thank you so much for that information. I think your role in each of those is very important to our community. I did see the application issue, and I appreciate the explanation. I think it's an honest mistake and oversight. So,
thank you.
Thank you both for your questions, and thank you for your responses, Mr. Haggerty. Yes, I echo the comments of Member Watkins. UMC, I actually recall when it was being restructured, Lynn Polstone from my office, I was an associate that was involved in restructuring. And what many people don't know is that UMC is the only level 1 trauma center in Southern Nevada. So the most serious injuries happen, they go, they're smart, they go to see. So it's a great marriage between the Korean School. See, they have residency in around there.
Yes, they do. Graduate medical education in Nevada generally is something we need more of. And I was in just last week involving the dean of the medical school and CEO of UMC, and we will be working to try to improve the number of DME spots available in Nevada. We have a number of graduates. Last year, the first graduating class from med school, many of whom wanted to stay here, but we don't have enough residency slots, so many of them go elsewhere. And unfortunately, physicians end up generally practicing where their residency and fellowships are. So we, like so many other places in the country, have a shortage of doctors and nurses facing us. And if we can't get them to have their residencies and fellowships here, the likelihood of retaining them to serve us in Nevada just is less than we would like.
Thank you for that and for pointing that out. There's been a tremendous increase in consumption of medical services in Southern Nevada. Need many doctors, and you're right. I have siblings who are doctors, and they will go and land where they do residency generally. They spend 6 years, 5, depending on a place, and grow there. So thank you for doing that, for working on that, for your role in this UMC discovery. I have no additional questions. We did note the Reg 16 issue. I didn't, as I call it, I didn't see intent to serve any wrongdoing intentional. I would note, though, just for the record, that I'm seeing a lot of movement of compliance directors and officers among companies. They're in high demand and short supply, it seems, in Southern Nevada. And so just as is an example in your case, I would just note for all of the companies out there that they should make sure that things don't drop as they move between compliance directors. And so this is a great case in point. So thank you for coming forward, for your honesty and transparency. With that, I would ask for a Motion?
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 6 is read to the record by Secretary Bell.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Watkins,
Aye.
Member Katsaros.
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you very much for preparing. Thank you, Mr. Sure.
Thank-
It's good to see you all.
Thank you. Great to see you as well. And also wanted to note for the record that what a joy Agent Thompson is to work with, and she's got such a great positive attitude. Just always a pleasure.
Thank you. Okay. Madam Secretary, let's go on to our next item, please.
Next item is non-restricted number 7, which is the application of Deron James Hunsberger for licensure as an officer of Ainsworth Game Technology, Inc.
Okay. Welcome.
Good morning. For the record, Chair Gibson, Member Katsaros, Member Watkins, Madam Secretary, I am Darren Dorsey, Senior Vice President, General Counsel, and Group Compliance Officer for Ainsworth Game Technology. Standing here next to me is the other Darren at our company. It's Darren Hunsberger, who is our Chief Commercial Officer for North America, and whose application on non-restricted item number 7 is up for individual suitability. He's been a part of the gaming industry for 25 plus years here in Nevada, but this is his first individual licensure and suitability application before the board and his first appearance before the board. Just for housekeeping purposes, I'll turn the podium over to Darren to introduce himself, give you a little bit of information about his background. And at the same time, both of us are here if you have any particular questions about Ainsworth or any other business matters that you may wish to have. But if that's agreeable with you, I just turn the podium over to Darren and have him introduce himself.
Just before we turn to your client, are there any announcements you'd like to make? I think I read one today, matter of fact.
About myself?
Yes.
Yes, we announced it at G2E. I will become the executive director of the Association of Gaming Equipment Manufacturers next spring. The officers and the board have made that decision, and so I will be leaving Ainsworth Game Technology in the spring to take over as the trade association representative for the supplier sector. So it's a great opportunity. Something I didn't have the opportunity to pass up, but I appreciate you bringing that up.
Yes,
Chair.
well, congratulations. I just wanted to make sure we had a chance to hear that.
Thank you. And Member Katsaros, another item that came up in the matter on number 6 before us, our plan is to do a very smooth transition, and the idea is to find a replacement, a successor, and I would be there at the same time for at least a month to overlap before I departed. So again, so we leave nothing that gets dropped in the cracks or in a handoff, that everything gets handled smoothly and efficiently for purposes of the company business.
Thank you for that.
Yes, thank you. Okay, Mr. Hunsberger, please.
Good morning, Chair Gibson, Member Katsaros, Member Atkins, Madam Secretary. My name is Darren Hunsberger. I'm the Chief Commercial Officer for North America at Ainsworth Game Technology, based in our facility in Las Vegas. I'm here today as part of my application as an officer of Ainsworth Game Technology, Inc. By way of background, I grew up in Reno, graduated from the University of Nevada, Reno with a Bachelor of Science degree in Finance in 1989. I began my career in accounting and finance roles. I first received an opportunity to go to work for a gaming supplier, Bally Gaming, in 1994. And then I spent the last 25 plus years in a variety of roles as a sales executive and a business development leader at different companies within the sector. I joined Ainsworth in fall of 2017, was promoted to Chief Commercial Officer of North America at the beginning of 2020, where today I oversee sales, marketing, service functions for North America as part of the company's leadership team for the Americas. As a Nevadan and longtime member of the gaming industry, I appreciate your consideration and opportunity to appear today. I would also like to thank board staff and investigating agents led by Agent Brian King for his professionalism in processing my application. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hunsberger. I don't have any questions, so I'm turning to my colleagues for questions.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Great, thank you.
Good. Can you just talk about your roles and responsibilities?
Yeah, so currently I oversee our sales force across North America and Canada. That'd be the US and Canada. So I oversee all sales functions. I oversee marketing, product management, which is involved in actively marketing our product across the U.S., as well as providing product requirements to game development. And then I oversee the service organization, which provides the service and customer support across all jurisdictions.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you.
I think,
I'll,
sorry,
go ahead.
I thought you were done. My apologies.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it. So I'm done.
I was just picking up because Mr. Hunsberger was specifying North America, and he made sure he said U.S. and Canada, and I assume excluding Mexico.
Yeah.
Right. So that'll fall under your Latin American operations too.
Currently, no.
And I appreciate the opening, Chair Gibson. I recognize the name Darren Dorsey. I've not met you previously, but I just read about you, and now I know where I read about. So thank you for that, for the introduction. Yeah, if we could just talk a little bit about your operations, your background a little bit more too, just going through your history. You've got a very deep history on the supply side of the gaming industry.
Yes.
Which I can very much appreciate. I don't have the level of this depth, but I know numerous individuals as you do that we probably cut teeth with throughout the years in the industry, and you know been able to endure and go from great companies to other great companies to the role that you're at right now.
Yeah, and sometimes intentionally, and sometimes through acquisitions and mergers.
Understood.
Yeah, I had about a 3-year period which I went through. I worked for Shuffle Master. I ran sales and marketing for the Americas through the acquisition of Bally. I worked for Gavin Isaacs at the time. Gavin to WS Site and hired me to run sales there. And my very first day, my very first email was the announcement they were buying Bally. So I can't say it was the most rewarding piece of my career, but I certainly learned a lot during these interactions. But I started in sales, in Reno, working for Bally. After a couple of years, Las Vegas, and great opportunity to move on to some other companies and advance my career in leadership. I think the most rewarding piece was when I went to work for Konami Game Market. I was the 15th employee, director of sales. I opened every market in America and built the sales force. So at that time, you probably know Tom Jingle closely with Tom during that period of time. And we're still friends. So after Konami, I moved on to a couple other smaller companies that were so successful. Did a stint with Aristocrat. Then David Lopez hired Shuffle Master prior to him to GC. And now GS. Gavin and I Shuffle side. My recruitment to Ainsworth was through the stuff at Konami. So after my completed expired, signed it for 2017.
Thank you for that. And yeah, I wanted to go through some of what you just discussed there. So you've been with Ainsworth now since 2017. You've been the chief commercial officer the entire time then?
Since 2020. Started out sales.
That was okay.
Yeah, sales, service, and marketing. Sales, service. My role expanded since then.
And then more recently, it seems Harold Newman's going to be the CEO.
Yes, we made the announcement as Harold Neumann will be taking the CEO role as of October 1. Just for record-keeping purposes, we're putting together his applications, and those will be on file. He's also been found suitable in Nevada before in his prior role as the CEO of Novomatic. Also, for purposes I think that everyone here would enjoy and recognize, getting signatures in this day and age with someone being remotely located and also getting a visa so the person can get into the US from Europe to meet people and experience the market is a very difficult logistical challenge, and we'll be working through that. But the long-term intention is that when his ability to get and relocate here, he will be located in our Las Vegas facility and domicile here for purposes of his CEO. He will not be going to Australia. He'll be coming to the Las Vegas office.
Okay. And currently, who have you been reporting to up
So I
until this
reported
time?
to the prior CEO, to Lawrence.
Lawrence leaving.
Currently, well, I guess now I'm reporting to Harold, but in that year, I was reporting to Mark Lutsky, CFO.
Okay, because your title reflects Chief Commercial Officer, but for all intents and purposes, you're running the North American business.
Yeah, myself and our CEO, Ryan Comstock.
Okay, understood.
One clarification, the chief operating officer, not CEO,
Oh, so
COO.
COO.
And also to make the record more clear on that, we operate both of our Latin America and our North America businesses. The back of the house functions in a shared function. So our operations, finance, legal, compliance, all of those functions do the Americas and serve both Latin America and North America. There's a president of Latin America that runs sales, service, marketing there. That's Miguel Quadros. His counterpart is Darren Hunsberger, who does the same in our North America region.
Mr. Hunsberger, your title is Chief Operating Officer?
Commercial Officer.
Chief Commercial Officer. Okay, that's what our material reflects. Understood then. Are you guys manufacturing primarily out of Las Vegas then, or are you
Yes.
Australia as
yeah,
well?
No. Well, we have a manufacturing facility in Australia, but for our operations here in North America and South America, capture.
So you manufacture out here in North America, South America, Europe, then you, is that Australia, or you just decide on capacity needs or
Correct. It's very
availability?
much so there from supply chain issues and what the lift is, because we utilize Novamatic, who owns 53% of the shares of our publicly traded parent company, through a distribution arrangement in some of those key markets. But I would also add, for the board's purposes and the record purposes, the company and its growth in North America and Latin America, for that, over the last 10 to 15 years, a majority of our manufacturing activity does take place here in the Americas. And it's essentially 10 years ago, it was 20% of our business took place here, 80% was in Australia. We're essentially inverted now.
Understood. How's business been then over the past?
Well, I mean, we had a challenging period there. We are fortunate that we've entered some markets that we're doing expansion. We've entered the historical horse racing market, Kentucky, and that was beneficial for us. The early days of COVID, had some facilities that a lot of that business is recurring revenue oriented, so provided cash flow for us to keep our operations flowing and keep people employed. We're seeing some pent up demand for order of product right now. Our challenge is, like the rest of the world, supply chain, and having barges sit outside long port trying. So it's all trending in a very positive direction. Through the supply chain issues and.
Are you seeing some other markets, I think, that are diving into the historical horse racing?
Yeah, actually, Monday I was up in Oregon. There's a facility opening up in Grants Pass. They're putting about 200 HR facilities that next to the track there. New Hampshire just passed their last legislative period. They're writing process right now, anticipating those being released this week. That's run through charity casinos. We're going to be launching in Wyoming in December. We are in Virginia, location, Birmingham.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. I didn't have any further questions. Your background came back clean as well, so I don't have anything to discuss there.
Great.
Member Watkins, you have any questions?
I don't have any further questions.
Okay. All right. I noted that you've been licensed with a number of tribal jurisdictions.
Correct. The majority of our business has been in markets in tribal casinos versus Nevada.
We're seeing some of those tribes express interest in Nevada.
Yeah, one big one. Like,
yeah. Well, thank you very much for appearing. Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Congratulations to you. That's for a motion.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 7, credit to rec by Secretary.
Madam Secretary.
Member Watkins.
Aye.
Member Katsaros.
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. That ends our non-restricted section. We'll start our restricted section, our portion of the agenda at 11 o'clock.
At 11?
Thank you. Welcome back for the restricted part of our agenda. And Madam Secretary, let's proceed with items on our restricted consent agenda. There were no questions or issues that we had.
First item is restricted number 7, which are the applications of BBB Sky Partners LLC, doing business as Big Boy Tavern for restricted gaming license, and DZ Gaming Trust and TH Tavern 3 LLC for licensure as a member and manager. Restricted 8 is the application of Sultan Inc. to receive a percentage of revenue from Sartini Gaming LLC, doing business at 7-Eleven store 29767. You also have the application of Sukhwinder Singh for licensure as sole officer, director, and shareholder. Restricted 9 is the application of Rebel Sots Inc. doing business at Street Burger for a waiver of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080 as noted on the agenda. Restricted 12 is the application of Roger Lynn Fuller and D. Connie Fuller doing business as Dynasty Games, doing business at A&Q Liquor and Food Mart for restricted gaming license. Restricted 13 is the application of Rebel Slots Inc. doing business as Angry Crab Shack for a restricted gaming license. And restricted number 14 is the application of Shortline Gaming LLC doing business as Shortline Gaming, doing business at King Liquor for a restricted gaming license.
Okay, thank you. So for those following along, just to recap, we're going to hear restricted item number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 10 and 11. Is that right?
That is correct.
Thank you very much. Okay. Any discussion on these items? Anyone want to hold them out or any more?
No, I didn't have any discussion, but I thank you for clarifying that because I missed the opening from Secretary Bell, so I appreciate it.
Okay.
No discussion for me.
Could I ask for a motion, please?
Certainly, Chair Gibson. I move to recommend approval of restricted agenda items numbers 7, 8, 9, 12, 13, and 14 as read into the record by Secretary Bell with conditions to apply as follows. For item 7, a key employee application must be filed within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be refiled within 60 days of any change in the person occupying that position. And for item 9, the waiver of the provisions of NGC Regulation 4.080 in conjunction with the approval granted in April 2021 shall expire on the date of the regularly scheduled NGC meeting in April 2022.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Madam Secretary.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you very much. Okay, Madam Secretary, that brings us to restricted number 1. Please read it into the record.
Restricted number 1 are the applications of Ms. Lola's Spirits and Gaming 10 LLC, doing business as Ms. Lola's for restricted gaming license, as Ms. Lola's Holdings LLC for licensure as sole member and manager.
Okay, welcome. Please state your names for the record.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Madam Secretary. For the record, my name is John Boney. I'm outside counsel for Ms. Lola's. Is it okay if I drop this?
Actually, there is an exception for performance. So while you're speaking.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm outside gaming counsel for Ms. Lola's. Mr. Bracamonte is here today. He's with Ms. Lola's. Mr. Chairman, Mrs. Bracamonte was required to be here. Phil actually flew up from Mexico last night to be here today. Mrs. Bracamonte is still in Mexico. However, I believe she is available by Zoom. We had talked to staff, and I think they arranged that. And again, I apologize for not being here today.
No, that's fine. Is IT, is she queued in on Zoom? Ms. Bracamontes?
Yes, I'm on Zoom.
Okay, welcome. Thank you for your virtual appearance from Mexico.
I will say, Mr. Chairman, that she tried to fly up yesterday to get to Vegas so she could be in the boardroom there, but that was not. We couldn't get that done.
So I understand.
I'd like to.
Please, you have an affirmative presentation.
Yes, I do. I'd like to. I know a tax issue, a disclosure issue came up during this review process, and I'd like to discuss that briefly, if I may.
Okay.
And please. In 2008, Phil was operating a business, Phil and Jackie, at Lindbergh Field in San Diego. It was an FBO, fixed-based operation, where they were fueling planes and catering and things like that. Had been in the family business for years and years. And that business was sold in July of 2008. Prior to that, the Bracamontes had made a decision they wanted to move to Nevada. And so that process started around February of 2008. And September of 2011, the Franchise Tax Board in California contacted the Bracamontes and said, we have some questions. We're going to perform a residency audit. And that was in 2011. Phil and Jackie with their accountants worked the Franchise Tax Board until there was a position letter that was rendered in January of 2013, January 29th to be exact. And at that point in time, it was the position of the Franchise Tax Board that you were in fact residents of the state of California in 2008, and you need to pay a tax, okay? Of course, Phil and Jackie disagreed with that. And so over the next 30 months, they went back and forth with the Franchise Tax Board, with regarding the tax matter. They finally entered into what they called a settlement bureau, and that was recommended by the Franchise Tax Board. And they had 3 settlement conferences. And during those settlement conferences, the Franchise Tax Board actually came down on their tax position. They said, well, we believe we'll reduce the tax by 50%, and we'll consider Jackie a resident of Nevada. Okay. Phil and Jackie said, no, thank you. We don't believe we owe the tax. We're very firm with this, and we're not going to pay the tax. And so they then ended up going to the Office of Tax Appeals in 16. Unfortunately, there was a great deal of delay, backlogs, took a lot of time for this finally to get to the tax appeal and for them to actively be involved with it. And that didn't, they finally rendered a decision in March of this year, March of 2021, okay? Phil and Jackie paid the tax for 2008 in July of this year, and that was for both 2008 and 2009 because it was an installment sale, so there was a tax that they paid in 2009. Now, I wanted to say to this board, Mr. Chair, and members of the board, I'm not going to stand here and provide you with a good excuse as to why there was an oversight and why there was not a disclosure with this. I think they were first licensed in 2010. A notice in 2011 that they were going to be audited. I come from a world, and I've been involved in this process in Nevada for many, many years. I don't believe there's any such thing as over disclosure to the board. I believe that even if it was a mere notification at that point in time, should have been done. And so this process has taken place over a long period of time. I will tell you that there was nothing intentional here about the lack of disclosure. While it's a large amount of money, it wouldn't have impacted. It does not impact their operations in Southern Nevada. It doesn't impact their, for example, their lifestyle. It's just a tax that they didn't want to pay, and they still to this day feel very strongly. And in fact, coming over here today, Phil said that they now filed a lawsuit in the state of California against the state of California regarding this tax. So this is not over. The only thing I can tell you is that there will be complete disclosure on this issue going forward, that if there's any news on this, there's any status, that staff will be apprised of it. I want to further say that the Bracamontes, they operate many locations in Southern Nevada, and over the years, they've done the right thing. They're good corporate citizens in the state. They don't do anything wrong. They're not in trouble. Their locations are well liked, well received. And I think this is very unfortunate that this oversight occurred. I know how important tax issues are to the state, Nevada, and things like this are sensitive, and so it should have been disclosed. And I'm going to tell you, it should have been disclosed. And with that, I'll answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Maloney. So, Mr. Bracamontes, if you could step forward, please, and state your name for the record.
Morning.
Good morning. So, how many locations do you operate in Southern Nevada?
We operate 8 right now, preparing to open the 9th one, and that's why we're here today.
Right.
first one opened in 2010, and for the last, I guess 3 years, we've been opening one a year.
So the application for the one that opened in 2010 was made in 2009, is it somewhere thereabouts?
I believe so.
So, okay. What about the rest of them? Do you recall? It's a difficult question because it is a large number, but do you recall when they opened? The other 8.
The other 8,
actually 7.
Let's see, we opened one in 2012, 2013, 2019, and 2020.
Okay. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. You putting that on the record. So I don't know when in the year those were open, so it's difficult to ascertain when the application was filed. But I just wanted to get that out there so that we can have a full understanding of opportunities to disclose with time and have a discussion about that. But, I'm sure my colleagues have questions, so I will turn it over to them to begin that process.
I do have a few questions, and I don't want to relitigate the tax issue that's still ongoing. But my concern is the lack of disclosure, the multiple opportunities to disclose, which just from my perspective tends to, demonstrate more of an advertence rather than an innocent mistake. So, do you have a response to that?
Well, yeah, nothing was intentional. I guess my focus was just too much on my issues with the tax board, and it was just ongoing for a long period of time. I don't have any reason or excuse why I didn't disclose it.
I understand that. So, as I was saying before, there are multiple opportunities to disclose, and it is correct that you answered questions as it related to the tax issue in court in December 2020. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so at that time, still after not disclosing it on multiple applications, then you still did not disclose after you had publicly testified and it became publicly available. The information became publicly available. Is that correct?
That's correct. I should have did it report, but I just, like I said, I just wasn't too focused on the reporting part of it, more arguing with the franchise tax board.
Yeah, and I understand that. And if it would have, occurred one time, then that's something that's understandable. But as you said, this tax issue ongoing for numerous years and through multiple applications. And our application specifically asks, have you ever been questioned or deposed by a city, state, federal, or law enforcement agency, commission, or committee? There's other opportunities to reveal such information. So I'm kind of looking for a reason or
there's no reason.
Okay.
And all I can say is that I just failed to report it, and it sure won't happen again.
Okay. Right.
Yeah, I just want to take a chance to discuss that as well. I can glean from the materials here and from what you're stating that it was just an oversight. It was just such a big number. And I would say if I was on the board at this time, you would have disclosed that. It's a tax dispute. Things happen all the time. And I'll say point blank, if you're in the right, I hope you win. Okay?
Me too.
I'm not exactly certain of California law. I did find it peculiar because I didn't understand the whole residency thing. I would assume they were just going to tax you anyway. But it would seem to me that the sole question is whether you're a resident there or not. And if you're not, you didn't have to pay it. If you were, then you have to pay it or a portion thereof, depending on your partner, your spouse's residency as well, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So it's just such a large omission. And in this case, it's a tax dispute between you and the state. We have to look at this in the context of Nevada and bigger picture. What if it was something else, criminal with somebody else? I know you have nothing in your background that suggests that. You've been approved 9 times here. 3 application submittals were the opportunities you had to provide that information to us. And as I understand, we uncovered this through our investigation, through our normal course of checks. The previous approvals that you had received, this was not public information. It was not something we could have ascertained the information whatsoever without you disclosing that. That's why these applications go into some great detail here. In particular, the 2 questions that we're talking about, because there's another issue with regards to the fact is the back taxes should have been disclosed. I think that's question 5C on our application. And then there's another one where we talk about if you appeared before any governmental agency to provide testimony and so forth. So those are the 2 opportunities in the application that could have,
I should have disclosed it.
Disclosed that you'd be sitting in Mexico right now. We've been happy to hear from you via Zoom with your wife as well.
Yes.
Because otherwise it would be somewhat of a routine application. I appreciate the fact that you've flown up here to do that. It says a lot about you, frankly, to come here before us to actually have this dialogue. But again, it's just such a big thing, part of your life. It's not a small number, at least not in my world. It's not a small number. Perhaps it is in your world, but it was obviously something you're dealing with and grappling with and frustrated with. That it was like, just disclose it. I will say again, to your credit, we don't have any other information as far as your background, any blemishes and so forth. And so that's why you've been approved 9 times. Right? I think one of the locations you had closed. So
yes, that was the first one we closed.
That's why you have 8. Yeah. So I guess I don't want to beat this horse to death, but I did want to have this exchange and just as Member Watkins and Chair Gibson were, getting at is how did you do this? And your answer is
I just goofed.
Okay.
No
Understood.
reason.
Understood. All right. Well, other than that, I wanted to get that on the record.
Okay.
Just have this dialogue. So thank you very much for your.
Thank you.
We do discuss non-disclosure of tax items often in this body. And one of the reasons is historical. When you look at the 1955-56 restructuring game control board, the act put in place. Prior to that, it was the tax commission that was the regulatory agency. And so the tax commission then evolved to this bifurcated, this 2-part system. And so collecting taxes has been and is one of the primary missions of the board. We have a large audit division that does exactly that. They check for non-payment of taxes, in addition to any other internal control standard activity. So that's the reason. And I just candidly, there are 2 or 3 different questions. Is there a challenge with understanding the questions? Was that what happened? You just not doing it because it was a goof. I'm struggling with that.
No, one of the things I do every time we open a new location, I'm just recopying everything else I submitted previously. And I don't think I've had any updates for quite a while because nothing's really changed. So I think I just took it for granted that nothing's changed and just continue forward with the same applications.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll bring him back to my colleagues. Discussion. Would you like to?
Yeah, for me, I do appreciate you being here. I appreciate the dialogue. Again, I guess I appreciate your outcome forward and being honest and being straightforward about it. For me, it's just the number of times, the questions, the multiple applications, the length. So the number of opportunities to disclose one time, maybe even two times, you know, but it was such a long time and so many opportunities to disclose. So I still find that very concerning.
Yeah, for my part, I'm happy to move forward with the application. I can appreciate the copying and pasting. Doesn't excuse it, but it is what it is. This is and I don't think you're saying it excuses it whatsoever. But again, you've been approved 9 times already. Found you suitable, for the reasons that are delineated within our statutes and regs. Is that we found you to be a person of integrity and honesty. So the question we always have to grapple with is this an integrity and honesty issue, or is it just an oversight? But in my mind, I can see it being an oversight. I just want to put on the record, if this would have been something of criminal activity, different story. But again, nothing in your background suggests that you had any of that history, and nor do you never. This is a tax dispute that you're having with the state of California, which I assume is commonplace. But I'm happy to support the application as is.
I wanted to also, your counsel stated, I think you stated that notice was provided about the issue in 2011. And I think in our materials, we have that the notice occurred in 2013. Is that a discrepancy?
No, the initial letter from the Franchise Tax Board that stated that over auditing you for 2008 occurred in 2011. The position letter then that followed the 2011 notice was a position letter that stated, oh, we believe now you owe this tax, and that's after Mr. Bracamani worked with his accountants in supplying information to the Franchise Tax Board from 2011 to 2013.
Okay.
And if I may, I appreciate your comments, I really do, and the board, and I appreciate your concerns. Believe me, I do. And Grant Sawyer and way back when it was a taxing agency, and today, it's evolved into the best body on the planet. But I've known Phil for a lot of years. I know they're so meticulous, and even the build out of their operations, they don't assume a place, but they put hundreds of thousands of dollars into these places, and Phil's not going to jeopardize that by consciously doing something stupid. They run these locations, they put millions of dollars into that. And I will tell you, I'm shocked that this happened. I am, because Mr. Bracamani has been so transparent, so I hate to use the term squeaky clean over the years, he and Jackie, that we stand here before you today and have to talk about this. I'm embarrassed and Phil's embarrassed. And I wish we had a better excuse other than it's just lack of attention to detail.
Well, I appreciate that discussion. As you know, Mr. Bracamante, the onus is on you and your spouse, the applicants, to prove your probity, integrity of your character, that is the probity of your character, and financial probity. Tax collection is a critical part of what we do. This is not as you know, this is a privilege license, revocable, and it's not a traditional business license. So I don't want this process for the integrity of the regulatory structure to devolve into a traditional licensing business license. And so I want to make that clear for the record. That's why we're having this conversation.
I understand.
Okay, going forward, what assurances can you give us that this is not going to happen again?
I assure you it will not happen again.
And how will you ensure that?
I take my time, make sure everything has been reported and disclosed on forms.
Okay, and it's not a complex structure to have, so I understand desiring to do it on your own, but are you willing to have someone else maybe potentially look over it?
Sure. Yes.
I mean, I just can't see. I don't want to see this again. If we see this again,
I don't want to be here again. So I'll make sure I do the right thing and take my time and make sure everything's disclosed, no matter how minor.
Okay. Well, thank you for appearing and for enduring the questions. And Member Watkins.
So I hear you, and again, like I said, I appreciate your forthcoming. Now, just being very direct about the situation, that you don't have any other um, areas of concern on that we found in our investigation. So I can appreciate that. Uh, I am struggling a little bit with the, again, multiple times, multiple opportunities, length of time. All of these factors to me, are kind of indicative of a lack of concern. However, um, as you stand before us, I think that you are honestly saying, moving forward, that can ensure that you're answering these questions honestly, keeping the board updated about issues that arise. And I would agree with Chair Gibson's sentiments that, you know, having someone else help you with the application process is uh, you know, it's probably a better route. Uh, so I guess I'm willing to support the application today. But again, the incidents that occurred in the past, or the lack of disclosure, is concerning, very concerning to me.
Yeah, and the way that way that this came about, our agent's finding, that's another sort of challenge. Any appetite for imitation license, or we good as it is? This is our opportunity to deliberate without violating.
I didn't have anything further to add. There are a couple of standard conditions, so probably want to get an acknowledgement of those. Mr. Bragamani, you're not the first one that to omit things. Certainly be the last. Our process here, it's almost as if there should be an automatic, okay, you didn't disclose something, should be an automatic sanction. That's not how it works here, though. So right now we're looking at whether or not we deem you to be suitable. I'm happy to support, as is, like I mentioned, been approved 9 times. I certainly wouldn't want this to create some issue. The fact that you omitted a tax dispute with the state of California, which again, that issue on its own would be something that would never rise to a rejection anyway, at least not in my mind.
Yeah.
I would say that for me, just, one-time failure to disclose wouldn't be prohibited. Again, it wasn't that, I think someone else on our agenda today, it wasn't a failed disclosure, it was something else. But just point being that, one mistake, isn't my concern. It was the length of time, the number of times that the opportunity to disclose came up. So it would have been a completely different scenario to me if just, one time incident.
Okay. Let me ask your wife, if I can. So, Mrs. Bracamonte.
Yes.
Are you still there?
Yes, I am.
Do you have any questions of us?
No, again, with my husband, I do apologize for not disclosing. I really apologize. So I would appreciate your consideration and accepting our apology at this time.
Right. I want to lay down a marker here and make it clear to everyone, every other restricted applicant that's going to come to the system, that that they can't just copy and paste. This is not a classic just de rigueur business license application process. That's not what this is. So, Member Watkins, tell me what your thoughts are.
My thoughts are, I think I can support the application.
Okay. All right. Well, you've run the gauntlet with two difficult critics, and I'll support it as well, on the condition that you and your wife understand, and it appears you do. So I
certainly, I am prepared to make a motion. I move to, actually, before I do that, Mr. Maloney, are you familiar with the standard conditions that we have?
I am.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Those are acceptable.
Yes.
Thank you. I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 1 is read into the record by Secretary Bell, conditioned as follows. The surveillance system and/or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license, and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved. And a key employee application must be filed within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license, thereafter be refiled within 60 days of any change in the person occupying that position.
Yes, thank you. Understand that. One final comment: the senior agent Brandon Peters, he does a good job. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
He was very fair through this process.
He is outstanding. Thank you for those comments. Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Watkins.
Aye.
Member Katsaros.
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you. Thank you for appearing.
Thank you.
And thank you.
Thank
Mrs.
you, and I
Monte.
apologize that it occurred. Won't happen again.
Thank you. Okay, let's let them queue out and move on to our next item.
Next item is restricted number 3, which are the applications of Wall Enterprises, Inc., doing business as Lake Mead Arco, number 82874 for restricted gaming license. I apologize, my bad. Restricted number 2 is the applications of 600 Club LLC for a transfer of interest.
Okay, and so these are Zoom appearances, and so let's.
Actually, it is my understanding that the applicants have chosen to appear in Las Vegas.
Okay,
That is correct.
Help us understand who's here. Please state your name
Sure.
for the record, if you would.
Sure. David Brown on behalf of the licensee. This is Nathan Grates behind me, as well as Benito Martinez and Anthony Jameson. We appreciate the waiver of the fourth partner, who is a financial investor, but not an active participant in the business.
Okay, thank you. Welcome, Mr. Brown. Welcome to your clients. Let's have a conversation. So this is an application for a transfer of interest. Reg 8.050 is implicated here, Mr. Brown, as you know. Tell me, do you have any kind of affirmative answer, response to what I believe you expect to be the kinds of questions that might come forward?
We do. I hope you all have, there was a letter of apology that was sent out that was written by Mr. Grates as well as Mr. Jameson. In addition, I know there was an email that was sent from Mr. Martinez. And I'll be brief. I just want to go through a little bit of the background, but because I think the letter and the email outlines more of the personal issues, I'm going to let those stand with the letter, although we're here to answer any questions you have. These three gentlemen all started off in the restaurant business in Las Vegas, working in various casinos. In 2015, they opened this bar, and they wanted to go slow. And they're one of the few people that opened a bar in the first 3 years. They didn't have gaming and didn't apply for gaming. Approximately 3 years ago, they did get their gaming license. They were here before a different board, but nonetheless, and they've taken every precaution to, do things the right way. On this case, they recognized they didn't in regards to the transfer. There were some unique circumstances, but they recognize that is in no way an excuse. They're extremely apologetic. They, at the time, wanted to handle things quickly, but they recognize now that was not the right way to do it, and they should have gone slow. They'll never again make that kind of mistake. And again, they're all apologetic, and I hope you've had an opportunity to read the letter. I know on behalf of them, Mr. Grates just wanted to say a few words as well.
Okay, please step forward and state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Nathan Grates. I'm a managing partner in the business. I've been here since day one with these two gentlemen. As Mr. Brown stated, we apologize sincerely for what happened. We hope you've reviewed the letters that we sent. We recognize the error we made in the process. We acted in haste, but we did so with the best intentions. And transparency, and we're happy to answer any questions today.
Okay, thank you for that. I will turn it over to my colleagues to begin any question.
Good morning, gentlemen. I was hoping for a bit more of an affirmative, Mr. Brown, to go through each one of the issues.
And I'm happy to do it,
Yeah.
because of the personal nature.
I mean, I can lead this, or I mean, yeah, if you want to give an affirmative, it's probably better off, but I'll defer to your choice here.
I mean, I'm happy to do it. It really was a very tough time for Mr. Martinez. Mr. Martinez, as he outlined in his email, was going through a lot of personal issues. He had was arrested multiple times, and then with the other issue with the credit card, the other partners felt that immediate action had to be taken. On the one hand, they were upset with Mr. Martinez, but on the other, they love him. They're, more than partners, they're friends. They're, had been like family for several years. And they knew that it was the right thing to do for Mr. Martinez to be removed from this business. Mr. Martinez, to his credit, took complete ownership of everything and understood he deserved to be removed from the business and was ready to. But at the same time, Mr. Martinez, like a lot of other people in Las Vegas during COVID, was out of work, had no resources, and wasn't going to be able to participate in the business anymore. They offered him, to give that financial support sooner than they should, and we recognize that's why we're here today. It was wrong, but they didn't do it to try to circumvent the rules or regulations. They did it because, they were, trying to help their former friend and colleague. And like I said, we sit here today. They're still friends. They care about one another, and they recognize they didn't do it the right way, but they hope you recognize that they didn't do this to try to be dishonest with you. They made disclosure. It wasn't hidden in the purchase agreement that there was a payment made that was outlined in the agreement. And they, at that time, they didn't understand the significance, but they certainly do now. And they feel terrible about it. They've had a lot of stressful nights. And before I forget at the end, I'll thank Agent McElhaney, who has worked tirelessly with us on this issue. It has gone, we've gone through a lot together, and we really appreciate her patience and her helpful nature. But we've been very forthcoming about everything. And like I said, they haven't tried to hide anything. They feel terrible, and they recognize the mistake that was made.
Thank you very much for that. I sincerely appreciate the affirmative there. And I'm utterly sympathetic to Mr. Martinez and his personal issues. But what I want to do is talk about the missteps that we have to be concerned about in the process that they went through in trying to have Mr. Martinez step away from the business. Because in the end, the application before us is for a transfer from Mr. Martinez to the other principals. Is it Mr. Greats and Jameson, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the way they went about doing that, which again, your words, they were basically attempting to assist Mr. Martinez in having him being able to go off into a different path, but along the way, completely ignoring the steps that they need to follow in order to make that happen. So was it a lack of understanding of the process? Is this what you're stating? Or was it a disregard for the process?
It was a lack of understanding for the process. Prior to entering agreement, when they just found out the credit card issue and understood with Mr. Martinez and understood what Mr. Martinez was going, he didn't do it to try to get away with anything. He was, like a lot of people, under the misunderstanding and hope that things would turn around quickly and he would be able to fix that situation, and he wasn't. They immediately afterwards had the agreement put into writing. Immediately afterwards, I think that was the end of 1 week, the first of the following week, the entire transfer application was submitted to gaming. This was not meant to circumvent anything. They weren't aware of the rule regarding payment. And when they saw Mr. Martinez afterwards and understood more of his personal struggles, they were willing to advance, the money. And not that it's not a huge amount. I believe the total amount, that they gave him was $12,500. But at the time, Mr. Martinez wasn't working at all, and they didn't want Mr. Martinez to be involved in, the tavern going forward.
So
And to
the
Mr.
credit card
Martinez's
issue,
credit, he said he didn't care if he got any money. He said, "I'll just walk away." But they wanted to help him as well, and it's unfortunate.
to be honest with you, that kind of bleeds through the report, is that they genuinely wanted to help Mr. Martinez. That was my read of it. Okay. I don't.
Thank you.
I don't question that motive there. Of course, I'm really interested in understanding how they went through doing this, because what I'm looking at is you've got a clear 8050 regulation or violation of that regulation, right? The escrow requirement. Then you also have a transfer of interest violation. And then the credit card, that's a separate issue. As far as I understand, the taxes were paid properly. Personal expenses were not deducted as far as we understand. So I don't see a sort of regulation issue there or any concern. And then we have an NGC 9 filing that was erroneously filed. Was that malicious? Was it just an oversight? Because at that point, it would seem that you didn't disclose properly the records to us, because Secretary of State records would not have reflected the same thing that was on the NGC 9. And then we have Mr. Martinez's arrest, which again is separate from this and really not my focus at this point, because we're looking to transfer from Mr. Martinez back to the other principals. Would you disagree with anything I just stated there?
I wouldn't. I would say in regards to the transfer, and I recognize it is essentially a de facto transfer, that, but the agreement makes it clear that the transfer is not to be deemed official until they have your approval as well as the Gaming Commission. But I concede that from a practical standpoint, there was a de facto transfer at that time out of what the partners felt was necessity.
Okay, let's flesh that out a little bit here. Yeah, understandably so. You agree there was a de facto transfer, but not an actual transfer, because you're stating that the commercial agreement between the partners stated that it can't actually be effectuated until approval is granted by the commission.
That is correct. And I would also say that they deliberately have not made a single distribution for 2021 for any profits from 2021 until there would be any sort of approval. But as of the time of that agreement was entered, there was an understanding that Mr. Martinez would no longer participate in the business in any way.
So when you say distributions, you're saying there hasn't been any distributions to Mr. Grates or Mr. Jameson or Mr.
Correct.
Martinez? Okay, so all
Correct.
distributions ceased. Historically, if we look backwards in 2020, 2019, 2018, were distributions typically issued at what frequency?
On an annual basis.
After taxes.
Yeah.
So annually, when would those be paid?
April, May, after taxes were filed and completed.
Okay, so all things equal, years past, typically a distribution's made May.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I would agree though on the transfer of interest. It walks and quacks like a duck. It's probably a duck. I get the technical nuance you're getting at. I won't get into the legalities of all that. I'm sure my colleagues could dive into that a bit better than I. But just looking at what transpired here, I think we've got two missteps here. I would like to hear directly from the applicants, just so I get them on the record. Yeah, is it Mr. Grates? Is that you?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. Just again, your counsel has basically stated that. Well, why don't you state it in your own words? How did we miss the required steps here?
Right. So there were the unfortunate personal circumstances that Mr. Martinez was dealing with when it became aware to us that these things were happening. We thought, and Anthony and I thought it was best to remove him from the operations as quickly as possible in the best interest of the license. So, we contacted Mr. Brown. We met with Mr. Martinez. As Mr. Brown mentioned, he's a dear friend of ours. We've known him for years. My biggest concern at the time was to make sure that Mr. Martinez was, personally going to be okay, and that, as a friend, we wanted to help him through the situation. He recognized what he had done wrong, and he knew that was kind of the end of the road with him as far as doing business with us. And we took the steps at that point to just kind of resolve the issue as quickly as possible. And then looking back, we realized we did it kind of with too much haste without doing kind of the meticulous investigation with as far as like how to do things appropriately in this circumstance. And like I said, we haven't taken any money disbursements of any kind since this process started. And ultimately we would have hoped that it would have been resolved sooner, but we recognize these things take time, and we realize the error of our way here. So
Who's responsible primarily from your side in handling compliance?
Anthony and I kind of we work together on these issues.
Okay, so it's a shared responsibility between the two of you.
That is correct. I mean, I'll handle most of the administrative work as it applies to the licenses now, but
Do you
that
regularly
was something
engage
Mr.
counsel?
Martinez was handling in the past to a certain degree.
Do you regularly engage counsel?
With Mr. Brown?
Or yes, or any other attorney, frankly.
Yeah, anytime we're uncertain of a process, we usually reach out.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I wanted to understand that. It's clear that these weren't followed here. I'll say what I stated on the record for the last agenda item. You're not the first to do this. You're not going to be the last. I think there's two clear violations, though, in those regards: transfer of interest and the escrow requirement not being followed. Hopefully, you understand. One of our bedrock principles here is understanding who owns and operates these operations. Right? It's particularly the reason why you went through probity originally for this operation here, right? It's to understand it is exactly who owns and operates these gaming establishments.
Yeah,
I don't have anything for Chair Gibson this time.
Okay, Member Watkins.
Hi, I appreciate Mr. Brown, first and foremost, conceding that a de facto transfer was made, because that was one of my particular lines of questioning. So I appreciate that, and especially with regard to the statement from the accountant. Mr. Martinez was removed as manager in 2019. Is that correct?
No, Mr. Martinez was a managing partner up until the spring of 2021.
Based on Martinez's removal as a manager from the Nevada Secretary of State records on June 24, 2019. So he was not removed as manager.
Not that I'm aware of.
So are you saying that our materials are inaccurate?
I think they might be. We're not familiar. There's no reason we could think of that Mr. Martinez would have been removed up until this incident in 21. But if the Secretary of State shows that, we're unaware of it.
And then I believe there was an update to the Secretary of State records later to fix that issue. Just give me a moment, okay?
No problem.
If I may comment on it, I believe I updated it, and then I was in contact with a member of gaming, and she indicated that it was Teresa, and she indicated that I needed to update that back with Nito on the business until this process concluded. So I immediately went online and changed that, but that would have been roughly a month ago.
That is correct. She did ask if they would reverse the change that was made.
Yeah. So one of the things that we're running into in this meeting now is, as Member Watkins pointed out, is in our materials, our agents have noted that there was a removal of Mr. Martinez in 2019 through the Secretary of State's website. Removed as manager, and so that sort of raises questions about the rest of the story. Actually.
Yeah, I mean, what? Sorry. What? So, I mean, if this is accurate, and we can confirm with our agents, but if this is accurate and you all are not aware of it, I mean, that's concerning, right?
When we went through when we met with Mr. Brown here, we went through the process of kind of removing him from the Secretary of State because, if I'm not mistaken, it was and the bank account. So basically, anything that was in regards to operations that
Right.
we thought was necessary.
About a different date. We're talking about 2019 right now.
Right.
And I would just tell you, if there was a change in 2019, it was inadvertent. There was absolutely no reason to do it. Before 2021, Mr. Martinez was, active and very much involved in it, and there were none of these issues. But I don't have, the history of the Secretary of State filings, and I'm not as familiar. So I don't know if it's possible when someone renewed, they didn't check a box, but I know that there was no reason that would have occurred. And if it did occur in 2019, it would have been unintentional, as the three co-managed the business up until early of 2021.
Yeah. Let us take a 5-minute break so that we can discuss something with her. Thank you. Okay, well, we are back. Mr. Brown and team, would you please come back to the podium?
Thank you.
Okay, so we do have verification. This is substantiated that Mr. Martinez signed the document and amended an amendment to the filing with the Secretary of State site, moving himself as he was the manager then. This is 6/24/2019, 1:07 p.m. So that did happen. It was put back on, it looks like, September 2021. So we're going to have to, we're going to have to look at that transaction.
And I believe I just forwarded you a document that showed the annual filing that our office did for 2019 that shows that Mr. Martinez is still to be for the 2019-2020 year. That would show he would still be a manager.
So we have documentation from the Secretary of State's website, and this sounds like a battle of documents, but and maybe it's semantics, but providing an inactive status for Benito Martinez as manager on 6/24/19. Can you explain that?
I can't, and I would just say that I know for a fact that my office did the annual filing, and the one we have shows he was not intended to be omitted. And I could represent to all of you that, like I said, if there was any reason Mr. Martinez wasn't on it, it would have been an error in my office's fault. If you tell me that it says that it happened, I would accept that representation. My assistant forwarded me the annual filing because we keep a copy of it, and our copy shows that Mr. Martinez was included. And I can tell you there is absolutely no reason these gentlemen would have made any decision to not have Mr. Martinez be on there in 2019. The events and the timeline transpired exactly as they disclosed. And I will say, like I said, if there's an error in the Secretary of State's office from 2019, that would be 100% my office's fault and none of their faults whatsoever.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Brown. What's before us right now, just to narrow this down and get back to the sort of question at hand, is a very fairly simple transaction. We're moving Mr. Martinez from this Senate altogether. So I'd like to, just based on everything that's happened here, regardless of 8050 issues and the 2019 potential issue, I'd like to move forward with at least allowing him to move on with his life. You want to submit, you submitted additional documentation. We may come back to this question separately and apart from Mr. Martinez, but my colleagues are amenable. I'd like to allow Mr. Martinez to move.
I'm certainly amenable to that.
I'm definitely open to that. It looks like the plan is to, I understand that Mr. Martinez has had numerous issues in his personal life and with the business, but it looks like he is trying to get back on the right track. And I would congratulate him, for his recovery and his attempts to seek treatment and improve his life. Just would like to receive confirmation that he will no longer be involved in the business moving forward. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and just go ahead.
May I address the board? Hi, my name is Benito Martinez. Thanks for having me. I'd just like to apologize for the necessity of all of this to you and to my partners. So one thing that I think is sort of lost is that the intention that the gentleman had here. Obviously, the things that transpired towards the end of 2020 and 2021 prompted these. These were my decisions, and we felt so lucky to receive the liquor license. It really changed the scope of what was possible for us, and we really appreciate how much it is a privileged license. And so, when my actions came to light, and they realized how bad things were for me at the time, their intention was to protect themselves and insulate themselves from me, so that they wouldn't jeopardize the business. And although the order of operations may not have been followed, and of course that's regrettable, it wasn't to hide anything, and it wasn't to cheat me or to not report something. It was to separate me from the business because I wasn't in the place where I could effectively manage and potentially harm the business. And so that all of this came to light, and everything happened very fast between January 6th and approximately a month later. And so they are here because they made a mistake, maybe protecting me or protecting their business. And so those intentions, I think they matter. And I would say that I was in charge of all of the everything as far as administratively up until basically 2021. In 2019, there was absolutely no reason that I would intentionally take myself off the business. So that's just a clerical error or mistake. If you investigate that as fully as you prefer, but it had no bearing on what happened in 2021. And so we're here because of my actions. And, obviously, I just wanted to state that.
Well, thank you, Mr. Martinez. I appreciate the fact that you've shown up today and that you're willing to stand and to basically put your neck out there for your friends and to your colleagues, to the remaining owners of this business. What I'd say is I appreciate your show of compassion and the way you've tried to handle this. There is the escrow issue. There's the MGC 9 things that we'll probably follow up with you in regards to, but it's clear that you care about your friend, and it's clear that there was intention to do something that was appropriate, right? So thank you for that. It's a show of nobility. So let's move forward with what we have in front of us right now. And I'd ask for a motion.
Chair Gibson, I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 2 as read into the record by Secretary Bell.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Watkins.
Aye.
Member Katsaros.
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam Secretary, let's let them queue out. Let's go on to our next item, please.
Next item is restricted number 3, which is the application of Wall Enterprises, Inc., doing business as Lake Mead Arco, number 82874 for a restricted gaming license.
Okay. Welcome, and please state your names for the record. Mr. Donato, good to see you.
Good to see you as well, Mr. Chairman. Jeff Donato here on behalf of the applicants. With me is Mr. Dhaliwal and Mr. Singh. Good afternoon to members of the board and Madam Secretary. We do have affirmative presentation, so if you could, with your approval, I'd like to provide them.
Please, go ahead.
Thank you. So back in 2015, the applicants purchased the convenience store known as Lake Mead Arco 82874, and they've operated that since with gaming, but they've been on a space lease up until 2018, when they submitted an application to share in gaming revenue with, at that time, Silver State Gaming was their slot route operator. Subsequent thereto, that slot route operator was purchased by Sartini, and then we had to submit another application in 2019 to seek permission to share in revenue under Sartini's licenses at that time. So these individuals have been before you. This will be their third time, and today we are seeking approval for them to hold the restricted gaming license for the location. They have entered into and will be using a service contract with a slot route operator. They will be attending on December 8th the seminar for restricted gaming. And we do understand there were 2 areas, items of interest that came up during the investigation. And so wanted to address those really quick. One was a lien that has been satisfied and released that we missed during the during our due diligence. We take full responsibility. There's no excuses. We should have caught that and put that in the application. I will note that it has been satisfied and released. And the second was a lawsuit in 2019 that we also missed. We did disclose 2 other lawsuits on the application, so there's no reason why we wouldn't have submitted this one on the application. Again, it was an oversight. There was no intent to deceive this board. It was an inadvertent error. And then with that, I would like to turn it over to Mr. Singh to provide some information, background information about him and his father.
Okay. Mr. Singh, welcome.
Hello. Hi, everyone. My name is Gurpreet Singh. This is my father, Jit. And so we started out in a family business in California. And my whole time I was there working for my father, my whole goal was to eventually retire my parents. And while I was trying to manage his stores, I went and got my finance degree and my business management degree at Chapman University in Irvine. And then soon after, we decided to sell the store and then buy this Arco AMPM in North Las Vegas, Nevada. And then here we are seeking for your approval for gaming license.
And with that, Mr. Chairman, we're here to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay. I'm sure my colleagues have questions. I just note that, I mean, ultimately, your representative, Mr. Singh, was good enough to sort of include himself in this equation, and under Reg 10 heat, that's appropriate, but ultimately, you're the applicants, and it's your responsibility. I mean, you signed the documents, and you were aware of the liens and the lawsuit. So that's just the bottom line. So as you submit these applications, and for everyone that might be listening, you're under an obligation to review them for accuracy. Your representative, he should as well, but it's ultimately your responsibility. That's all I'll say on that subject, and I'll turn it over to my colleagues, please.
I'll just, note that I'll note the oversights don't appear to be intentional, just at least from my perspective. And, just hopefully that in the future you have a plan to ensure the proper reporting. But as I said, from my standpoint, it was an oversight. So I'm happy to support that position.
Thank you.
Could I just ask the values of the things that weren't disclosed? We got the $300 lien, correct? Was that the one, Mr. Donato?
Yeah, that was, yes.
Yes, that's correct.
And then the other one, what's the value of that one?
It's a premise liability case. I'm not involved in that, so I'm not sure what they're seeking. And is that pending, or is it?
It's still pending. It's my insurance lawyer and their lawyer are going through it right now. So
Insurance defense.
It's an insurance defense, yeah.
Thank you. I mean, it's a slip and fall incident, right?
Yes.
Yeah, understood. So, and I'd echo the comments that, yeah, these definitely don't rise to the level of some of the other items we were talking about earlier today. You're not the first, you're not the last. I would like to find a mechanism within our agency to be able to just require another filing fee for these to be submitted, because I don't know how to, find a way so that we don't have the level of frequency on these sort of omissions, which again, it's a $300 lien. Got it. I think it was for an inspection fee that was satisfied in the end. The other one I can assume is probably somewhat commonplace as well. Not a material amount either, and certainly not something worth hiding. So there would not appear to be any intent on your behalf whatsoever with those two items. So other than that, I didn't really have any other questions to cover. We're looking at a transfer here, correct? Sorry, we're looking
They're
at
applying to hold their own license.
My apologies for the new location here. Let's look at my other notes.
Yeah, they're applying to hold their own license at this location.
Understood. So you'll be removing the existing SRO that you have there. You'll be
They're under
partnering
contract
with another
until
SRO.
December. They're under contract until December with Sartini Gaming. Once they fulfill their obligations under that contract, they will then activate their state gaming license and other local jurisdiction licenses. And that's when their contract with the new slot rod operator for a service agreement will kick into place then.
Okay. And that's, you're distinguishing between the agreement they have with Sartini and the new one will just be a maintenance agreement or service agreement.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. I didn't have any further questions.
And Mr. Singh, if I could clarify, when I noted that you had knowledge, and I can't categorically say you did, but I believe you did, of the lien and the suit. I want to distinguish that from the likely inadvertent inadvertent non-disclosure. So that's what I'm getting at, is the care required in filling out the applications. So I'll leave it at that, and I'd ask for a motion.
We have a condition on here too, before I read in the motion. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, we are, and we accept that condition.
Okay, thank you. Chair Gibson, I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 3 as read into the record by Secretary Bell, conditioned that if an equity owner is no longer functioning as a key employee for this location, a key employee application must be filed within 60 days and thereafter be refiled within 60 days of any change in the person occupying that position.
Madam Secretary.
Member Watkins.
Aye.
Member Katsaros.
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you very much. Thank you for appearing. Appreciate it.
Thank you, and we'd like to thank Agent Peters for all his hard work during the investigation process.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. Hey, Madam Secretary, let's
Thank
move
you.
on to our next step.
Next
you
item
very
is
much.
restricted number 4, which is the application of Smoke Branch Enterprises, Inc., doing business as Lucky Spot for restricted gaming license. It is also the applications of Rapinder Singh Chima for licensure as sole officer and director, and for a finding of suitability as administrative trustee, investment trustee, benefits trustee, and beneficiary of the Chima Holding Trust. Lastly, you have the applications of the Chima Holding Trust for registration as a holding company and sole shareholder of Smoke Branch Enterprises, Inc.
Okay. Mr. Donato, welcome again.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Madam Secretary. Jeff Donato here with the applicant. Mr. Chima is with me, and also Mr. Chima's litigation attorney, Mr. Khan, is here. We do have affirmative presentation, and with your permission, would like to provide that.
Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you. So we'd like to give a little quick, I know last time we were before you, we did give some background, but just to recap that in brief summary. On or about January of 2018, the application for a restricted gaming license for a convenience store known as Lucky Spot was submitted with the Gaming Control Board. On June 6th of 2018, the board recommended a 2-year limited license. The reason for the limited license at that time was due to one unsatisfied judgment from a litigation case involving Jasbir Singh, which we will refer to here as the Singh case. On January 21st, 2018, the commission followed the board's recommendation and approved the limited license to expire at midnight on June 2020 commission meeting. Subsequent to the approval of the limited restricted gaming license, Mr. Chima was involved in a litigation matter with Mrs. Paige Worthen, which we refer to as the Paige cases. On or about December 4th, 2019, we then filed the application for review of the limited restricted gaming license for the Lucky Spot. As part of the application for review of the limited restricted gaming license, we fully disclosed the Paige cases and the Jasbir Singh cases on the personal history record. On May 5th of 2020, we voluntarily requested to pull the application to review the limited gaming license from the June 2020 agenda because we were still working on resolving open items. As a result, Mr. Chima has been without gaming at the store since June of 2020. On May 6th of 2021, the limited gaming license was heard by the board, and the board referred the application back to staff. We have been working diligently to resolve the open items and are now back before you today seeking your recommendation of approval on the application. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Khan, who will provide an update on what has transpired since the last time we were before you.
Okay, thank you. Welcome, Mr. Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. If you may recall from the last time we were before you, the Jasbir Singh matter had been, I will use the word, fully resolved because of the dismissal of the case and the dismissal of the judgment. Therefore, that matter was closed. The Paige Worthen matter at the time, there was an appeal that had been filed by the plaintiffs after their case had been essentially, their $50,000 judgment had been affirmed and their request for trial de novo had been struck. They appealed that. Since then, we attended what you may be familiar with or not, a mandatory settlement conference before the Supreme Court. At that Supreme Court mediation, we were able to find a resolution. The case was certainly presented to us with even the mediator indicating that our appeal could be successful, but it would take several more years. Mr. Chima was very motivated, of course, to try and settle that case in order to come before you and indicate that it was resolved and get his gaming license back. The settlement discussions for your for your awareness here, the plaintiff had testified in her deposition she was willing to continue pursuing the case for 5 years. She did not care, and that she basically was looking to almost punish Mr. Chima here for this case and his counterclaims against her for the fraudulent investment that she lured him into. Her attorney was on a contingency basis, and so they were willing to drag this out. Mr. Chima at the time was very cognizant of a cost-benefit analysis that he was losing just from a year not having his license, somewhere between 10 to 15,000 a month in revenue. And if they continued to drag the matter out before the Supreme Court, it would be at least 2 more years, if not more. We also had specialty appellate counsel who had estimated a minimum of $50,000 legal fees for the one appeal. And there was actually going to be our own cross appeal on our motion for attorney's fees, which they indicated would be another probably $30,000 more in legal fees Mr. Chima would incur. On top of that, he had already incurred quite sizable amount of attorney's fees up until that point. And if the matter were remanded back to trial, he would probably face another 200 grand in additional attorney's fees defending the case. So analyzing that cost benefit analysis, along with at the time, Mr. Chima was unable to get a refinance of his business loan for his gas station. Due to that pending litigation, it needed resolution. Otherwise, he would have another further loss opportunity. So we settled that case. The plaintiff has been paid. The settlement amount we're authorized to disclose before a gaming commission hearing such as this, which was $132,500. Certainly took into account a cost benefit analysis that Mr. Chima was going to be losing hundreds of thousands more compared to that settlement amount. That case now has been fully resolved and dismissed, and we're now here before you to take any further questions you may have on those matters.
Thank you for that, Mr. Khan.
Mr. Chairman, the last time we
Yes.
were before you, Mr. Chima gave some background information about himself. If you would like him to give that again, he's more than glad to do so, and we'll defer to your decision.
Like to hear it? Please step forward, Mr. Chima, if you would, and provide us some background.
Hello, my name is Rupinder Chima. Everybody I'm commonly known by as Rupi. I moved to Las Vegas when I was 21 and around 1997. I originally came to pursue an Arco AM/PM gas station, and I received my gaming license shortly afterwards. I believe I was around 22 or so when I received my first gaming license. And then I received another one on a second location in 2000, which eventually I sold. My first license that I received was Smoke Ranch Enterprises. That was I eventually sold in 2017. I held that license for almost maybe 20 years or so. After that, I performed a 1031 exchange, and I developed the Chevron, which is being referred to as Lucky Spot Chevron. And I'm here before you today to answer any questions. And with that, thank you very much.
With that, Mr. Chairman, we have indicated and shown that all items have been resolved. Mr. Chima has been previously licensed for 20 plus years, and we're here today seeking your recommendation of approval for this application.
Okay. Thank you thank you for your affirmative presentations. Very helpful. Always do a good job, Mr. Donato. Let me turn it over to my colleagues for questions.
I would just say that the incident that was a lot underlying this lawsuit was disturbing. However, that incident is over and the litigation is closed, according to you. And so I don't want to rehash what we already discussed in previous board meetings. So I'm satisfied with the end to the litigation.
Thank you.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Afternoon, gentlemen. Is that around the clock?
During afternoon now.
So as part of the settlement, we've got the $132,000 payment. What else was part of the settlement? Is there any other stipulations or agreements as part of that?
There were a couple other items in the settlement. Again, there was a confidentiality provision. There was a denial of any admission of liability from both sides regarding both Paige Worthen's affirmative plaintiff claims against Mr. Chima and against his counterclaims against her. There were obligations to refrain from disparaging either of the parties and removing any disparaging comments that may have been posted on any social media platforms. But besides that, the usual boilerplate settlement agreement, other than those particular terms.
So in terms of disparaging or any sort of negative, how am I trying to state this? In terms of disparaging comments against each other, does this include on a go forward basis on social media? Otherwise?
That's correct.
Okay. Because I wanted to get on the record the fact that there was no admission of guilt on either side, as you just said.
That's correct. That's correct. There was no admission by any party.
Going back to the last hearing, we had quite a lengthy discussion on this matter, and this one left a pit in my stomach, and frankly, I wasn't ready to really make a decision on it. I'd read the materials, I'd stewed it over, had the dialogue as well. It's not the best via Zoom. I didn't walk away from that going, yeah, you know, if he comes back in a few months, that should be easy if he settles it. I still been stewing over it. I didn't like that incident whatsoever. We've got the police report, everything I read on it. I'm not certain exactly what transpired, other than we've got Mr. Chima's statements. We've got some statements on the police record as well. Taking everything into account, I will say there was clearly a misunderstanding and dispute of sort between the two parties. The finer details, I still don't necessarily know, but I don't have anything to suggest that, in fact, Mr. Chima, point blank did something rising to the level that would warrant a denial. So that's basically what I've concluded in my mind. And so while I would be, while I'm in a position to move forward with this, if my colleagues entertained another 2-year limitation on this, I'd be open to that. I'm not suggesting it. I'm just throwing that out there because, again, that one single incident for me just left a pit in my stomach. But apart from any additional comments from my colleagues, I'm agreeable to move forward as is.
I'll echo those sentiments and just more specifically state that there is not because there's not some type of affirmative representation other than the police report that the incident actually occurred as the witness had suggested, which was her statement. That I guess that leaves me less willing to believe that that incident occurred the way she suggested in my mind, but we do have her statements, and so I do take those statements as her perspective of what happened. And when I referred to the incident as disturbing, I think the accusations and what we read was what I'm referring to as disturbing.
Mr. Chairman, well,
Yes.
with your permission, I would like to at least note that Mr. Chima has been licensed for 20 plus years with no incidents. During this process alone, he was initially investigated for the restricted gaming license and then reinvestigated again for the limited, and nothing like this has ever popped up in his past. This is the one-time incident. So we hope that takes into consideration when you're considering your limited license. And then also would like to have Mr. Khan provide some information just about the incident that happened that night.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. So in anticipating appearing here, I did go back and speak with Mr. Chesnoff, and if you recall, he had represented Mr. Chima in the citation that was issued to Mr. Chima in a criminal context regarding the allegations. Mr. Chesnoff and I, without essentially waiving all of our attorney-client privilege here, but he gave some insight as to what occurred after he spoke with the prosecutors, and why at the time on the event in question, although Ms. Worthen had called the police and a police report had been taken, the police officers at the scene did not find it to rise to the level of a probable cause to make an arrest or even charge Mr. Chima that night. She made her statements, and they took him down, filed a police report. And then it wasn't until after she initiated a civil lawsuit and then her attorneys then called the prosecutor to bring charges on that police report was then Mr. Chima mailed a citation, not even arrested again. And then going forward to when there was a plea, Mr. Chesnoff indicated that, again, the prosecutor would have a hard time potentially getting to a conviction on that the alleged criminal charge because it would just be a he said, she said matter. And it would be difficult, but Mr. Chima chose to make a plea of no contest to a misdemeanor. And I just want to further note that even during the multiple years of dealing with the civil litigation, Ms. Worthen never testified under oath, and she had a very much opportunity being deposed in the case to any of the allegations that she had made. There was no sworn testimony by her that those allegations even occurred. Mr. Chima did testify under oath in his deposition and swore under oath that those allegations and those events did not occur the way she was alleging. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Mr. Connor.
And I think that's kind of what we're saying is that we don't necessarily have an understanding of exactly how the incident played out.
Yeah, and I don't believe we ever really will. There's no way to go back in time and transport ourselves to that place. So we've got an NDA in place, we've got non-disparagement provisions, and it's set. So still, I mean, I understand Mr. Chesnoff's statements, and I respect him greatly as a criminal attorney, and you clearly do a great job, Mr. Khan. In the civil context, I'm still troubled, like my colleague, with the underlying sort of claims, at least. I would like to see, I mean, I understand he's been like your client's been licensed, Mr. Dunn, for what did you say, 20 years? What was the number?
20 plus.
Okay. And you generally, his history is the best predictor of the future, but this is significant enough, and the standard is not just, are you okay? It's, are you a person of good character? And so that's a higher standard for us, and the evidentiary requirements are for disproof or disallowing a license are much lower. So this is not a court, at least in the traditional sense. I'd like to go forward with a 2-year limitation.
And as I mentioned, I'd be supportive of it. It's just because, again, as Chair Gibson was saying, the onus is on you to prove that, in fact, you have that suitability. And I think you've just met that bar. I just have an uneasy feeling with some of the circumstances surrounding it, as we discussed on the record last time, and getting into more of the details there, how that actually rose to the level of getting a 911 call. Got some statements from neighbors and so forth, but that aside, again, in my mind, you've met that bar. I just would probably appreciate I would appreciate guardrails, just to have that 2-year window there, just to make sure during that time, perhaps we'll have another look into your background, ensure that nothing bubbles up again. Understandably so, that those matters have been settled. Mr. Singh matter has been, I guess, elapsed. That's no longer a question, as well as the Miss Worthen matter. It's been fully settled.
So thank you all for your appearances, and with that, I ask for a motion. Someone's willing to make.
I am willing to make that. I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 4 as read into the record by Secretary Bell, subject to a 2-year limitation due to expire at midnight on the day of the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Commission meeting in October of 2023.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Watkins.
Aye.
Member Katsaros.
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you very much for appearing. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank Agent Tan for all of her hard work on this application.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Good luck to you. Okay, let's go on to our next item.
Your next item is restricted number 5, which is the application of JEL Investment Group, Inc. to receive a percentage of revenue from Century Gaming Technologies doing business at 7-Eleven store number 22722. You also have the application of Jonathan Emil Lacey for licensure as sole officer, director, and shareholder.
Okay. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Madam Secretary. Jeff Donato here. With me, he is here, Mr. Lacey. He, not sure if he's in the restroom, but he's been here all day since 11 o'clock. Could we trail this item until maybe hear some other ones and then come back to this one?
We can. The other ones might take some time. You have a sense of?
I think.
Let's go ahead and trail. This was just an opportunity for us to meet him.
That's correct. I'm happy to report there's no areas of concern with this application, no failures to disclose. This is Mr. Lacey's first appearance or being licensed before you, and it was an opportunity to meet him and him to meet you. I know that he was excited about doing so. I don't know if that's what's taken so long, but
all right. Well, you've taken some time. Let's go ahead and trail it. We'll go to 6,
okay.
And this should not be a difficult one. We'll come back.
Okay. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Restricted number 6 is the application of Aliante Wolf LLC doing business as Arco AMPM 66457 for a restricted gaming license. It is also the applications of CKB Management Affiliates LLC, the Shapiro Family Trust, Gas Hole LLC, Leon West Wolf LLC, William Ernest Scoten, the Drizzen Family Trust, Lee Andrew Drizzen, Diana Ann Drizzen, Bayside Wolf LLC, Westco Enterprises LLC, Bayside Derivatives LP, Henry Max LLC, Bree Branduin Hughes, the Raymond J. Shapiro 2010 GST Exempt Trust, and the Barbara J. Shapiro 2010 GST Exempt Trust for licensure and or finding of suitability as a member and or manager, registration as a holding or intermediary company, for findings of suitability as a trustee, beneficiary, general partner, or limited partner as noted on the agenda. Lastly, for board consideration only, you have the application of Henry Max LLC for registration as an intermediary company and Bree Branduin Hughes for registration as a minority equity interest holder and or manager.
Okay, thank you and welcome. Is that Mr. Silver?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Member Katsaros, Member Watkins. For the record, my name is Jeff Silver. I'm counsel for the applicants who are standing next to me and beside me here, Donna Dryzen and her husband, Lee Dryzen. I'm grateful for the opportunity to appear from Las Vegas and the indulgence that you gave us to save us that trip up to Carson City. I believe this is a matter of introduction as well, similar to the last one. And I'm grateful not to have to go over the entire diagram of this particular structure, but suffice it to say that the Dryzen family, through the Dryzen Family Trust, owns about 9.43%, 9.63% of the total venture. It's 47.5% of 19.5% that trails downward. But because it's over 5% total, looking at the two of them as co-trustees of the Dryzen Trust, they were not eligible for the minority interest waiver, even though that they intend to be passive investors. Mrs. Dryzen, graduate of Smith College, raised 3 children that were now adults. and now works in her husband's law firm, Mr. Dreisen, an attorney. Grew up here in Las Vegas, and I know you'd probably appreciate that he went to Paradise Elementary School and Ruby Thomas School and William Moore Junior High School for a time. So essentially, he's always had local roots. His family moved here and then left the area and then came back. But Mr. Dreisen is a practicing lawyer. About 85 to 90% of his work is in the state probate, although he's a civil litigator. And at that point, I would like to, and I'm very pleased to, introduce the Dreisen family to you now. Please come up and state your name for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Silver. Welcome, Mr.
Good afternoon.
Good
My
afternoon.
name is
So one
Donna.
of the a graduate
Oh,
of
I'm
one of the
sorry.
5 sisters, right?
Yes. Yes, I am. Thank you very much. My name is Donna Dreisen, and I thank you for the opportunity to be here.
Thank you. And thank you for appearing. Mr. Dreisen,
Hi, good
welcome.
afternoon. Lee Dreisen, thank you. And I'm appreciative as well for the opportunity to be here and answer any questions.
Okay. You are part of an entity that has more sophisticated and well-known people in the gaming context than I could imagine. So you're in good company here. I don't have any concerns with you or with your structure. It's an opportunity for us to meet each other and for you to, I don't know how long you've been here, but you've seen some of the conversations we've had. And that was the goal. And I would turn it over to my colleagues for questions.
I don't have any questions or concerns. I just wanted to say it's nice to meet each of you. I'm happy to support the application.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll echo those comments. I don't have any questions either. I'll just make a comment here. So it's Mr. Silver, did you say 9.6%? Was that the calculation?
9.025, I believe it is.
9.025. I don't know if the Dreisens ever realized that them having a 9% interest in a 7 machine operation would necessitate them to come down and be fully licensed and so forth. But hopefully you can appreciate the process that we have here in Nevada, because it's an important one for our state. So thank you for being here. I didn't have any questions on your background. Came back completely clean. So thank you.
And we'd offer a thank you to Agent David Bradford, who had to actually go through this organization chart and do this work. I see Deputy Chief Krasinski kind of nodding on it. It was actually structured by a very sophisticated corporate lawyer, well be above my pay grade.
Was that corporate lawyer inducted into the Gaming Hall of Fame?
Yeah, that was the
however,
question I
Mr.
was
Silver?
going to ask.
I'm not certain.
Probably not. Congratulations, by the way.
Thank you so much.
Well, thank you for appearing. Thank you, Mr. Silver, and thank you for respecting the process of us having new applicants come before us and just meet them. Yes. With that, I'd ask for a motion.
We are in 6, correct? Yeah, we do have a couple of standard conditions here. Are you familiar with those, Mr. Silver?
I am.
And you're fine. Okay.
I am.
Chair Gibson, I move to approve the registrations under consideration for board approval under item 6 regarding Henry Max LLC, and further move to recommend approval of restricted item number 6 as read into the record by Secretary Bell. Condition that key employee application must be filed within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license. Thereafter be refiled within 60 days of any change in the person occupying that position. Their surveillance system and/or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license, and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved.
Okay, thank you.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you. Thank you for.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's go back to 5, please. Mr. Donato, are you and your client available?
Thank you.
Okay. We've already gone through this.
Sorry, I didn't know if you were going to read the item into the record again, or if you want me to go ahead and start.
No.
Okay. Jeff Donato here with the applicant, Mr. Lacey. This is his first time before you today. We're being licensed in Nevada, so I'm pleased to report there's no areas of concern, no items of interest, no failures disclosed with this application. And with that, we're like to give Mr. Lacey an opportunity to provide some information about himself.
Okay, thank you. Welcome. Mr. Lacey. Please step forward.
Hello, thank you guys for having me. Name's Jonathan Emil Lacey. I'm coming from Los Angeles. Went to school at Cal Poly Pomona, where I got my degree in business with an emphasis in law and finance. I worked in consulting for finance and accounting for a number of entertainment companies in Los Angeles, and made the decision to move to Vegas to be closer to my father and take care of him. And 7-Eleven was something that interests me. Therefore, this is why I pursued this business.
Okay. Thank you for that background. Do you have any questions of us?
Questions?
No, sir.
Okay. Well, thank you for appearing. I'll turn it over to my colleagues for questions.
I don't have any questions for you, but thank you for appearing.
Yeah, thank you for appearing. This is your first time through the process. I will note you disclosed everything, or we didn't find anything that you didn't disclose. So thank you very much for following that process. You came back with a very clean background. So I'm happy to support your application.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, I would ask for a motion, please.
I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 5 as read into the record by Secretary Bell.
Okay, Madam Secretary, please.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
and
very
like to
much for
thank
appearing.
Thank Agent Broomfield for all her hard work during the application process.
Take care,
for those
everyone.
efforts. Thank you. Okay, Madam Secretary, let's read. Please read into the record items 10 and 11.
Restriction number 10 is the application of Apollo Coin Corp. Inc. doing business as Nevada Gaming Corp. doing business at the Lodge at Stephanie for restricted gaming license. And restricted 11 is the application of Apollo Coin Corp. Inc. doing business as Nevada Gaming Corp. doing business at the Lodge Lounge for restricted gaming license.
Okay. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Member Katsaros, Member Watkins, Madam Secretary. Again, Jeff Silver on behalf of the applicants, and I'm pleased to introduce you to my right is Stuart Apollo, the principal of the Lodge Group, and also with him is his director of finance with the management company that assists him in all of the details of the everyday work that goes on in the Lodge Group. It's a large tavern group, as you know. Her name is Renee Holmes, RANAE HOLMES for the reporter.
Okay, welcome. If you'd please step forward and quickly introduce yourselves, if you would.
Yes, I'm Stuart Apollo, and I'm here to answer any questions. I've appeared before the board many times, but I haven't had the honor of appearing before you individually, Chairman Gibson, and the other board members.
Well, thank you for appearing. We appreciate that. And your finance director, would you please step forward and just make an appearance for the record?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and the members of the board. My name is Renee Holmes. I'm here to assist Mr. Apollo in the application process and any questions there might be that are more technical that I may have information on. So we welcome any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, I will. I'll turn it over to our litigator to start our conversation.
Mr. Chairman, if I might,
yes.
Would it be possible to read into the record both 10 and 11 because they are related?
Yes, they've been
many
read
ways.
record together. Yeah, we're hearing them both together right now. Okay.
Both items were read into the record.
Okay, I guess I'll start by asking, was there any affirmative presentation that you'd like to make, any additional for affirmative presentation?
Yeah, I would just make an overview comment about the applications themselves, and I know that you might have some individual questions about certain operational elements that have transpired recently, but for the applicants themselves, we're talking about 2 locations that are in essentially the same structure, although they are separated and have separate entrances. We're talking about 65 Stephanie and 75 Stephanie in the city of Henderson. These locations are currently under a renovation. We're not exactly certain when they might be open, but we believe it will be several months from now. But we also believe that the 6-month approval time would be more than adequate for us to complete whatever work needs to be done. These locations are both grandfathered. One is a tavern location, and the other is a restaurant with bar that contains 15 machines, which is an anomaly in the city of Henderson. And there were some issues that that they had to get past in order for us to move forward with you today. But they have concurred that, in fact, this is a grandfathered location in terms of the restaurant bar and the 15 machines, and are fine with allowing it to go forward. And therefore, we stand before you today with the request that these applications be allowed to reopen as they were previously.
Okay, thank you. So the reason we've asked you to appear is there have been some items that have come to light after the original investigation was completed. So we'd like to just go through those if we can. Would you like to describe them, or?
I would appreciate, I guess, as Member Casaros stated early, an affirmative presentation as to the items we've heard in the news.
My apologies if you had asked me a question, Member Watkins, but with the system that's here and the mask that's on, I really couldn't understand what you were asking me. If you were, in fact, asking
It's
me.
an open question about whether or not you would like to address recent news.
Did you hear that?
We wanted to express the opening statement for the recent news. I'm assuming it's
Do you want to answer that?
Sure.
Hi, this is Renee Holmes. I'm assuming recent news you're referring is the article published by the RJ in relation to our former employee. I can give you the overview on how we perceive those incidents. So it was brought to my attention probably over the weekend. I don't remember the exact date, that there is a negative social media post posted by our former employee named Edward Parker on the Las Vegas Bartenders and Servers Facebook page, which is a private page. My understanding is that you have to be invited in to make a post and such. So I was forwarded that post, and reading it, it sounded like he was leaving town, kind of like a farewell letter, but then it proceeded into how he was coerced to pay back the money we incurred during the robbery happening back in December 2020. And then kind of go on to say that what a big mistake it was to say yes. And basically his statement was, either you pay this or get fired, kind of like as if he was given an ultimatum by Mr. Stuart Apollo and then Mr. Chris Trout, who is our director of operation. So that was pretty much the nature of his post. And then it kind of took on its own life because if you were to believe that story is true, it is very sensational, and then everybody was sympathetic towards that, former employee, and then therefore, this kind of Facebook pages, sometimes there is no standards as to what kind of comments can be tolerated or made and whatever. So from that on, um, there was a lot of negative comments. And then we were approached by the Review Journal reporter in the meanwhile, seeking company statement, and we didn't respond to their request because internally we knew we were gathering our facts, and then also know that what former employee claimed in the social media page couldn't be further from the truth. So then, RJ reporter published the article. I believe that's how members of the board and chairman and then investigator Flinson was aware of that situation. And we also had a meeting with the enforcement division regarding that. So basically, the company's position is we did have a string of robberies happening in the month of November and December. As the seasonality takes over, that's usually common. Therefore, just like any other tavern operator, we establish certain safety procedures and money handling procedures that are applicable to especially graveyard shift, where employee could be working alone or there's not going to be many patrons to frequent the bar. So therefore, it is a target for robbers to come in and rob the place. So in Edward Parker's case, that was the third incident. And then he clearly did not follow the company's procedure regarding the handling the cash. And so after the robbery, we had a talk with him first and foremost to kind of check on his well-being because it's a very traumatic experience, and whatever the financial loss incurred, it is nothing compared to if there would have been any bodily harm or employees well-being. So we did have a conversation, and then myself was not present in those meetings, but Mr. Apollo and Chris Trout were present. But however, I can comfortably recount the story and then in this presentation because throughout the statements and the investigation process internally took place. Mr. Parker insisted that he knows he didn't follow the policy. Please let me pay back the money, which we said, no, that's not how it works, because it is not a company's policy to specially take the money back from the employee when they just got robbed. That is not our main concern. If there's anything, police report has filed, and then there's also the insurance claim that we can go through. But he insisted on paying back, looking back, honoring his offer, regardless of his intention, was probably not a good business decision. We shouldn't have, we shouldn't have allowed him to coerce us to accept his payment plan. But that's how it happened, and he signed the voluntary payroll deduction agreement, which it takes about a couple $100 per paycheck until the total loss of about $3,900 is paid off. So subsequent to that, also another thing that Mr. Parker pointed out in his statement was that how large tavern group promptly terminated his employment only after the financial loss was recovered fully, which is not a true statement also because Mr. Parker voluntarily quit probably a month after, sometime in July. And since then, he seeked other employments. So we really had no idea um, where we really had no idea this was how he felt about it, because the level of sincerity we felt at the time, him offering to pay back voluntarily, it was sincere, we thought. And then throughout the um, I believe there's another article posted, after the first article, and that through that article we discovered that Mr. Parker filed a complaint with the Labor Commissioner's Office pretty much right after he signed the voluntary deduction payment agreement in 2020. But then later, Labor Department, Labor Commissioner's Office did not find the claim valid. Therefore, we were never we were never notified of such inquiry officially or unofficially. However, after the second RJ article was published, we did receive the notice of inquiry about the incident on October 1st, which then, we engaged the employment lawyer and in talking with Labor Commissioner's Office to how to best handle the situation. So as of today, the outcome of the inquiry is that we accepted Labor Commissioner's Office's settlement offer, and then currently wait to hear back from their office regarding basically signing and executing the settlement agreement. So I know it's kind of long drawn statement. It's kind of hard to remember every single detail, but however, I can assure you that any questions you may have after listening to my presentation will be truthfully answer all those questions. But it taught us a big lesson throughout this ordeal. A social media posting and dealing with the especially the disgruntled employees, how damaging that could be when it comes to company's reputation, because it's almost like whomever said it first kind of becomes the focal point of the story, and everything we say afterwards it might be just the excuses. So we'll definitely be better prepared for that. And then second of all, although state of Nevada doesn't specifically prohibit the voluntary deduction payment agreement from the paycheck, we now fully understand that that was not a great business decision, because if that wasn't our normal practice of doing business, we shouldn't have engaged in that. So I will stop here, and then we are prepared to answer any of your questions.
Thank you for that explanation. I appreciate your representation, that you now understand that exception, whether or not it was voluntary. I'm sure there will be a follow-up investigation. Was not a proper move. What type of claim was filed with the Labor Commission's office?
The claim on the for the compensation, are you talking about the one we just talked about?
Yeah, Labor Commission.
Yes.
Yeah, the Labor Commission asked us to repay the amount of money that Mr. Parker put back in, and there was and also an amount of about $1,700 for the delay in the payment, or the delay in his having that money back to him. So I think all told, the settlement was about $5,500 in total. It was just a situation. I've had days where if I did make a bad decision, I wasn't making any decisions. So Mr. Parker, I think, made an error on that day by saying that he wanted to voluntarily pay it back because he felt so guilty about the fact he'd violated money handling procedures at the place, where when the robber burst into the door, there was the entire night's receipts lying out on the bar, when it should have been put in the drop safe as the day wore on. And he was making decent money, even though he was a part-time employee. He thought that I think his actions would have resulted in his immediate termination for a violation of company procedures, money handling procedures. But in actuality, all Mr. Apollo wanted was to make sure that he wasn't psychologically or physically hurt by the robbery. And there were two other robberies, and nobody was ever asked to repay any money in those other robberies. This was a situation where Mr. Parker felt it was important for his status as an employee to offer to pay. These guys said, no, you don't really have to do it. And he became so insistent that at one point they even thought that he might have been in cahoots with the robbers, which wasn't the case. I'm not impugning his reputation here, but I'm just saying it was a bad decision that he regretted later. And that's what resulted in his testimony to the newspapers and filing of the claims and so on. If he had just come to us and said, I really made a mistake about this, I shouldn't have asked to pay that money back to you, we probably would have told him, we made a mistake in judgment by accepting it, so here's the refund. But that never occurred until we actually read about it in the Daily Bugle, so to speak.
Okay, and then because this is, something newer, let's just try to stick to the facts because I don't, want to make suggestions that can harm people's reputations. But so back to my question, which is a little different than the explanation you provided, which I appreciate. But I'm asking what type of claim was filed? So was he only asking to be compensated for?
Yes, yes. According to the notice of inquiry, so we may be in violation of the NRS 608.110, which is accusing us of alleging that the employer may have withheld portions of the paycheck inappropriately. So it was the wage claim.
Okay. And you said that the Labor Commission, when was this claim filed? Do you have a date?
Yes, just give me 1 second. Looks like the notice of the inquiry we received on October 1st was filed in July 21st, 2021.
Okay, and you said that you were never notified, and
Not
I
until
may be
October 1st.
But correct me if I'm wrong. I thought maybe you were insinuating earlier that you found out through the news. Is that not accurate?
Oh yeah, only through the news article. That was the first time that we even noticed that he might have filed the labor claim through the commissioner's office, because the article referenced that how the claim was filed, but labor board made a decision not to look into it. There's no violation, but however, they'll take a second look. That was the quote from the spokesperson for the Labor Commissioner office. So literally within days of the second article being published, we received the notice of inquiry, which was received by our office on October 1st.
Yeah, so my understanding is that the Labor Commission looked at the fact that Mr. Parker voluntarily signed an order to reimburse, and they didn't do anything with the case until it was gained other publicity, at which time they reopened on October 1st, and that resulted in the settlement that we're talking about today.
Okay, let's back up. So you're saying that you found out through the news on October 1st, is that correct?
I found out from the news article, second news article, probably dated prior to October 1st, because we received the notice of inquiry from Labor Commissioner's office in our office on October 1st.
And do you have
But
an
until
idea
then, we were not aware of any such claim, nor we received any notice of inquiry from the Labor Commissioner's office.
Are you aware of how far in advance? Was it a week? Was it 2 weeks?
Probably a couple of days from the October 1st. I mean,
Okay,
because
so end of September, let's say, right?
yes, yeah, if I can
Okay,
find the date the second article was published, then that'll be the date that we found out. And then
okay.
within several days, we received the notice.
All right, and so then did you notify our agents here at the Gaming Control Board?
Yes, because we did have meeting with the enforcement agent, Ted Farrell, and then I don't remember the other agent's name. We had an in-person meeting at our office on October 4th. And during that meeting, we disclosed that information that we did receive the notice of inquiry.
Okay. And so, in reference to your other statements about the Labor Commissioner, you said close the case. Is that accurate?
I wouldn't say it is closed because at this stage, as of today, we accepted Labor Commissioner's settlement offer, but we are not in possession of settlement agreement or it hasn't been executed.
Well, you indicated that at some point the case were closed, and perhaps I'm using a different terminology than what you used, but that the Labor Commissioner didn't become interested in the case actually until it was publicized. Is that correct?
That is the direct quote from the RJ second article. That we were not aware of that such claim existed until
Well,
we read the article.
I'm asking you though. I'm not asking the RJ.
Mhm. We were not aware. Can you repeat the question for me?
So you indicated in some sense that the case was closed or dormant, or I'm not sure what language you want to use,
Oh,
but
I
that it
see.
was not
Yes.
reopened until there was publicity surrounding the
Yes.
incident. So
Yes, I did make that statement. From the article, the spokesperson of the Labor Commissioner Office said that claim was received, but they didn't find any violation since it was voluntary deduction. They didn't pursue. However, they'll take a second look.
You noted a settlement, right? So if there's no violation, why the settlement? Am I?
Right.
Is that
It
a
is
question?
quite honestly, it's been very distracting in operating our locations. We're not making settlement because we think we did wrong, but we do take the responsibility of making the bad judgment in accepting his settlement, accepting his payment offer. If there's any fault in the management, that is probably the extent that we're gonna go for. Because probably not in retrospect, it's clear that it was not a good business decision to
So
make an
it
exception
was
to the
your
rule.
offer of settlement. Is that correct? It wasn't the Labor Commissioner's settlement or somehow a global settlement sort of provision. Is that? Am I
Yes,
understanding that right?
yes,
Okay.
yes. I think you are clarifying my thought process too here. It was through our labor attorney, Rick Ross Kelly, a littler. So we engaged his services because of his expertise. And I believe during the conversation, he expressed our interest in settling through, offering a settlement through the Labor Commissioner's office. However, we did not determine the number. We were just told today that Labor Commissioner's office came back with the settlement offer with the firm amount of 5,500-ish, and then we accepted that offer.
And that
And
amount
currently
is
waiting to
solely,
get the document.
is that amount is solely to um, compensate Mr. Parker for the money that he paid back for the robbery, or is
Yes.
there some kind of
Yeah, it's
additional?
3,900 out of the 5,500. 3,900 represents the robbery loss recovery, which Mr. Parker made the payments through payroll deduction. And then the rest of the amounts, I think Labor Commissioner's Office charged the interest and penalty. However, they did not assess any administrative fine. So that is the extent of the settlement amount breakdown that I am aware of.
Okay.
Well, challenge we have is this discussion we're having here. I mean, one, I don't want you to impugn yourself in proceedings that are still not settled. It's still not final, right? You've answered questions truthfully, and I appreciate that. It's good of you, and I appreciate the candor. There's also another item in background, another settlement, a larger settlement that we may need to investigate further. Candidly, before these items came up, the backgrounds were clean, everything appeared fine. These items have brought into question whether we should move forward at the moment without resolution of at least significant parts of what's before us now. What do my colleagues think? Are you comfortable moving forward with what you've heard, or would you like to refer this back?
Okay. Yeah. No, frankly, I'm comfortable with this one. I'm surprised that an employee, well, I guess I don't know the answer to that question, but the fact that the employee voluntarily agreed to pay back funds stemming from a robbery in which that individual throws money on a counter, which I look at as a blatant disregard for common sense policies, if in fact those are the circumstances that are accurate, and the individual wishes to pay it back, I'd probably do that if I felt like I really botched things and said, look, let me just pay you back. I'm surprised that you can't accept that as a company, but I don't know employment law, so I won't delve into that. I'm looking at the amount here. It's probably rather insignificant in the grand scheme of things from your operations. And it seems that you've made a good faith effort to rectify whatever issues or concerns is it the labor department that's involved in this? Sorry. Yeah. So as far as I'm concerned, it seems you're making a good faith effort to rectify whatever may need rectifying from that department's perspective. So I don't have any concerns on this front.
Okay. That might be the case, but I don't, without seeing the documents, I don't know.
Right.
And so I'm going to refer these back. I'd like to have a finalization of these two items. If we
I'm in support of that decision. I need to see what exactly is going on. I would like to better understand what's actually happening.
So these are referred back. We'll try to get this additional investigation done as quickly as possible. So thank you very much for your appearance and your honest answers.
Thank you for the opportunity to explain what we knew at the time, and we appreciate the reluctance to move forward until this has actually been finalized. We understand there are so many things that can reflect discredit on the state of Nevada and its gaming industry, and something that might be considered small and trivial can be blown way out of proportion, as we believe this has been done here. It's already caused us great damage. We'll come back and we'll show you what we have in terms of our final settlement that has been endorsed by the Labor Commissioner, and hopefully at that point this matter can be resolved finally.
Yes, and thank you, Mr. Silver. I mean, Mr. Paul, you couldn't have hired a better attorney. So he's in the Gaming Hall of Fame. You've done well. So yes, please come back and make a fulsome presentation, and it'll be an opportunity for you all, assuming the facts support it, to make your case. So thank you.
Thank you again, and enjoy your week and your weekend.
Okay. All right, that's the end of our non-restricted agenda. Okay. Just 1 second. We have 2 games for us.
That is correct. You have 2 requests for final approval of a new game. Item number 1 is Fubak, submitted by Aces Up Gaming, and item 2 is Repeater Bets Plus, submitted by Repeater Bets LLC.
Okay. Any questions of my colleagues? Any comments?
I didn't have any discussion on it.
You're the expert on manufacturing, and if you don't have questions,
I would echo those sentiments and to say that I'm supportive of this.
okay.
No, it's good to see new games being brought continually into the marketplace.
Okay, I'd ask for a motion then.
Chair Gibson, I move to recommend approval of new game item number 1 as read into the record by Secretary Bell, conditioned that the approval of Fu Bach as a new game does not include progressive pay tables. Progressive pay tables may be added to Fu Bach as a game variation pursuant to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 14.230 if the progressive pay tables are used in conjunction with an approved progressive system.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Watkins.
Aye.
Member Katsaros.
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you very much.
And we need to do a vote on the second game.
I move to recommend approval of new game number 2 as read into the record by Secretary Bell.
Member Watkins.
Aye.
Member Katsaros.
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Okay, thank you very much. And that that brings us to our casino player dispute appeals. And is there? Let's see here. Let me pull it out. Actually, my understanding is there is that Mr. Gilman is in attendance. Is that accurate? That's not accurate. Mr. Gilman? Okay, the facts wouldn't change regardless of a statement. We make a decision based on the facts, the findings, and the documents. I think I think the decisions are accurate. Correct.
Mr. Chairman, I need to read the items into the record.
Please. Okay.
You have 2 casino player dispute appeals. The hearing examiner recommends the agent's decision denying payment be affirmed in both cases. Item 1 is Robert Gilman versus El Cortez. Item 2 is Stephen Desi versus William Hill Race and Sportsbook, doing business at Grand Sierra Resort and Casino.
Okay, thank you very much. Do you have any questions, colleagues?
No, I've had an opportunity to review the record and recommendations, and I'm in support.
I echo that. I've reviewed both the materials and agree with the result.
Okay. All right. I'd ask for a motion.
Can I make a motion? Okay. Chair Gibson, I move to affirm the decisions made by the hearings examiner denying payments to the petitioners as it concerns dispute number 1 and dispute number 2 as reflected on the agenda and read into the record by Secretary Bell.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Watkins.
Aye.
Member Katsaros.
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you. All right, Madam Secretary, that brings us to our last item, public comment.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming related matters.
Okay. Is there anyone wishing to make a public comment? If so, please step forward. Las Vegas, Carson City. No one in Las Vegas, going once, twice, okay. And no one in Carson City. All right, so that will close our public comment section. And this concludes the Nevada Gaming Control Board meeting for the month of October. We are adjourned. Thank you.